Get Verizon Fios for just $20 a month or $500 off select Samsung products when you switch.
Maybe we should get Verizon Fios.
Maybe you should use less ketchup.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Now, there's even more to love about E-Trade, the original place to trade online. Our cutting-edge platforms on web, desktop, and mobile redefines industry. Move at the speed of the markets with powerful tools that help simplify trading stocks, options, and futures. Plus, get expert research from Morgan Stanley to help you stay one step ahead. Elevate your trading with E-Trade from Morgan Stanley.
What did I come back for? Shut down.
Movement. This is still a bearish movement, but the price moved something like this, right? And you can see that this movement right here is much more bearish compared to this movement right here. And once again, this becomes even more important if we, for example, have a resistance area right here, because in this case, the candle to the left confirms that the resistance is holding. All right, so now the time has come to take a look at one of the most important concepts when it comes to candlesticks and candlestick patterns, and that is candlestick momentum analysis. And first of all, we need to, of course, understand here what is momentum. What does momentum mean when we talk about candlestick patterns? Well, in simple terms, we can think about momentum as the speed or velocity of price movement. Or in other words, we're talking about how sort of fast is the price moving compared to the previous candles. So in this example, you can see that the very first candle is a red one, and it is a pretty strong red candle. The next candle here is, getting a little bit weaker, and we can see that because the length of the real body of the candle is getting a bit smaller. If we take a look at the third candle right here, we can see that the real body is even smaller here. And we also have some pretty long upper and lower wicks. And you know from earlier in this course that when we have small real bodies and long wicks here, this basically signals uncertainty, or in other words, that neither the bulls or the bears are in control. And if we take a look at this last candle right here, you can see that the real body is pretty much non-existent. We have a very small real body. The candlestick opens and closes at the same level. So this right here is a doji candle. So for this downtrend right here, we can see that the momentum is decreasing. And if you want a simple tip to determine the momentum of a candle, I recommend to focus here on the real bodies. The longer the real body, the stronger the momentum in general. You need to also consider the wicks here, it's also important, but as a rule of thumb, the longer real body we have, the stronger the momentum. So by looking at the real bodies here, we can see that the momentum is decreasing. And now I want you guys to learn a very important concept, and that is something called momentum candle. And what is a momentum candle? Well, different traders have some different definitions when it comes to momentum candles, but I like to define momentum candles as a candlestick that is at least 2 times larger compared to the previous candles. So for example, if we look at these 3 previous candles right here, we can see that the real body of the green candle
Once
right
a bandle
here
gunner,
is
always
more
a bandle
than
gunner.
twice the size of the previous candles. So that's why I consider this right here as a momentum candle. And momentum candles are very important because they can provide strong signals when we trade. And I will talk more about momentum candles later on in this video. But for now, all you need to know is that momentum can be determined by the real bodies of the candle, and momentum candles in general can be defined as a candlestick that is at least twice the size of the previous candle. But preferably, we want to see a candle that is, maybe 3 times as large, or even, 5 times. Sometimes it can be even 5 times as large as the previous candles. And then we are talking about a very strong momentum candle. All right, so at this point in the course, you already have a, pretty good understanding of how to read candlesticks. You know about, wick analysis, about momentum and strength. So now we are very soon ready to start taking a look at our candlestick patterns and also our candlestick pattern trading strategies. But real quick, before we look at that, we need to learn about the classification of candlestick patterns. So first of all candlestick patterns has 3 different classifications. The first classification is called complexity, and a candlestick pattern can be either simple or complex. And a simple candlestick pattern is a candlestick pattern that consists of only one candle. So for example, we have been talking about earlier about doji candles that look something like this. This right here is an example of a simple candlestick pattern. We also have a pattern that is called the hammer. It looks something like this. The hammer is another example of a simple candlestick pattern. Another candlestick pattern is the shooting star. It looks something like this. This is yet another example of a simple one. But even for simple candlestick patterns like right here, if you just see a candlestick pattern appearing randomly on the chart, it doesn't actually mean a lot.
Every business is asking the same question: how do we make AI work for us? With NetSuite by Oracle, you can put AI to work today. To find out how, get the business guide Demystifying AI free at netsuite.com/AI Cloud.
The context, or in other words, where on the chart the patterns appear, is very important, and we will talk about that later on. And a complex candlestick pattern is basically a candlestick pattern that consists of 2 or more candlesticks. Sometimes it can be, even 5 or more candlesticks. But an example of a complex pattern is the bearish engulfing pattern. It looks something like this. The first candle here is green. Second candle here is red. This is an example of a bearish reversal pattern. So before this pattern appears, we have an uptrend. This pattern indicates then that the price will reverse to the downside. So all patterns that are 2 or more candlestick are complex patterns. So for example, here on the image, you can see that all of these candlestick patterns are 1 candle patterns. So these are simple patterns, and you can see that all of the 2 candlestick patterns, like all of these 3+ candlestick patterns, all of these are complex. But now, the next classification is the direction. And here, the direction can be either bullish, bearish, or neutral. A bullish pattern indicates that the price will go up after the pattern. A bearish pattern indicates that the price will go down after the pattern. And a neutral pattern indicates that we don't really know here if the price will go up or down after the pattern. However, depending on the context of the neutral pattern, these patterns can actually also tell us something about where the price will go next. So for example, remember that the doji is a neutral pattern, but if we have before the doji, let's say that we have a strong downtrend, so this right here are red candles, and then a doji pattern appears like this. In this case, even though
like this don't play at all like how I remember, bro. That don't. The game is over in fucking goddamn
support right here.
11 minutes, dog. What happened to the schedule?
That also confirms the bullish.
Goddamn game.
The third classification we have here is the reversal patterns. And we have continuation patterns. A reversal pattern
used to be like
that.
Fucking long and that nigga be giving it taking.
So let's say that this is a random pattern. Then the goal of this pattern is to
reverse the price.
So reverse the price.
I can see why nobody likes this shit like
pattern means that, let's once again say
that the fucking Russian shit, all these things are like made for retards now, bro.
Is to
But it's kind of weird, bro.
To the downside. So for example,
but you like, you a retard, you can go in.
Reversal pattern.
Niggas got fucking all
reversal to the upside. And this right here is a bearish pattern, right? Because it indicates a
I feel like I done went to another dimension and shit.
downside. And we also, of course, have bearish reversal patterns, and we also have bullish continuation patterns. So we basically have 4 different combinations. Alright, so now we are finally ready to start taking a look at candlestick patterns. And let's actually begin here by taking a look at the best reversal candlestick patterns. And first of all, what is a reversal pattern? Well, reversal patterns indicates a trend shift. So either from bullish to bearish or from bearish to bullish. So it can reverse the price from down to up or from up to down. And reversal patterns can be either simple or complex. And as you know, simple patterns consist of 1 candlestick, complex pattern consists of 2 or more. And this is super important. The context for patterns is very, very important. Or in other words, where on the chart the patterns appear is crucial when it comes to reversal patterns. So with these 3 rules in mind, now we are ready to take a look at our first pattern. So the very first pattern we're going to take a look at is called the bullish engulfing pattern. And as you can see here on the bottom, and I will do this for every single pattern, I list the complexity, the direction, and the type. And in this case, it's a complex pattern because it consists of more than 1 candle. It's a bullish pattern because it indicates a move towards the upside, and it's a reversal because it reverses the price from a downtrend to an uptrend. So now then, how do we identify a bullish engulfing pattern? Well, step 1 here is that we need to see a downtrend, and after the downtrend, these 2 candles appear. I hope you can see here that the candles before the pattern has a slightly different color, and also the candle here after the pattern has a slightly different color, and I will do this for all patterns. But the actual patterns are these 2 candles right here. The first candle in this pattern is a red one, and preferably we want the real body of the red one to be relatively small. It doesn't have to be super small, but it's often a good sign when we have a small real body. As for the wicks here, it doesn't matter too much. These wicks can be longer or shorter. It will not have a big impact on the pattern. The next candle of the pattern here is more important. It's this green candle right here. And in order to find a bullish engulfing, we want the next candle to be a green one, and it needs to open below the close of the red one. So it needs to open below this point right here, and the green candle needs to close above the open of the red candle. And this is why it's called an engulfing pattern, because the green candle is larger and engulfs the previous red candle. If you're trading, for example, crypto, where the closing and the open prices are at the same level, it's enough to see a pattern that looks like this. Let's say that this is the first red candle right here, and this right here is the second candle. In crypto and some other markets, the next candle will open at the same place as the previous candle closed. So in these scenarios, what you are looking out for to confirm a bullish engulfing is simply to see a candlestick that closes above the previous red one. When the green candle closes, then the pattern is confirmed. And as I said, the pattern indicates a reversal to the upside. Now let's take a look at the bullish engulfing pattern and how to trade it in a real market. Alright, so right here we have a chart, and remember, it doesn't really matter what time frame this chart is. I think in this case it's a daily chart, but you can use candlestick patterns on any time frame. And if you want to, you can try to find the bullish engulfing pattern on your own, so feel free to pause the video right now. Did you find the pattern? Well, the bullish engulfing pattern, at least the most obvious pattern, is this one right here. You can see that before the pattern appeared, we had a strong movement to the downside. We actually saw a little bounce, but then we saw yet another push towards the downside. The first candle is a small red one, and the next candle, the green candle, opens below, right, and closes above the previous red candle. The most common entry point is to enter when the candle closes, so at the candle close of this green candle. But where do we set our stop loss? Well, the most common level here is to set the stop loss just below the lowest point of the pattern. So in this case, the lowest point comes from this wick right here. But if the red candle has a lower wick, we usually set the stop loss below that wick. Another important point to consider when you place your stop loss is previous market structure. And what do I mean by this? Well, in this case, you can actually see that we had a low right here as well. And you can pretty much see that we have a sort of double bottom looking structure here. And when we have another low at the around same level, what I like to do is to actually place the stop loss below the sort of support created by that level. So in this case, you can see that these two lows are pretty much at the same level. But if one low is slightly lower, I like to place the stop loss below. So in this case, I would set the stop loss around here. As you also can see, I usually leave some wiggle room right here. So if the price, comes down to the support once again, we have some room for the price to bounce here before we get stopped out. But what about your target level? Well, here you can keep it simple and use a risk to reward ratio. A risk to reward ratio tells us how much do we gain compared to how much we lose when we take the trade. So for example, a risk to reward ratio of 1 to 2 means that we risk $1 for every $2 in profit. Or in other words, the distance here from the stop loss to our entry point should be half the length of the distance up to the profit target. So in this case, our profit target would be around here. Now let's switch the attention here and take a look at the bearish engulfing pattern. Once again, the bearish engulfing pattern is a complex pattern because it consists of two candlesticks. The direction here is bearish because the goal of the pattern is to push the price down, and this is yet again a reversal pattern. So in this case, before the pattern appears, we need to see an uptrend. Then we see a green candle appearing here with a relatively small body. But in this case, you can see that they actually chose to put the wicks here. You see we have a wick all the way up here and a wick all the way down here. The important thing about the first candle is that the real body is small. And even more importantly, what we want to see for the bearish engulfing is that the red candle opens above the body of the green candle and closes below the body of the green candle. So in this case, even though the wicks are above and below the real body of the red candle, this is still a bearish engulfing pattern. And when the candle closes, the pattern is confirmed and it indicates a reversal to the downside. So now let's take a look at the bearish engulfing trading strategy. And once again, feel free to try to identify the pattern on your own. In this case, the pattern is pretty clearly visible on the chart, so hopefully you can identify the pattern. Do you find it? Well, the bearish engulfing pattern is this one right here. You can see that before the pattern appeared, we had a strong move to the upside. Then we saw a small green candle, and especially the candle had a small real body. We had a pretty long lower wick, but the real body is small. Then the next massive candle came in here and opened far above the previous green candle and closed far below. So this right here is a very clear bearish engulfing. In this case, however, we did not have any resistance level. So the optimal scenario is, let's say that high, we're all the way up here, and perhaps we had a resistance like this. This would be the optimal scenario. The bearish engulfing pattern is more significant when it happens at a resistance level, but you can still use the pattern on its own. You can, for example, combine the pattern with other technical variables like indicators and market. But okay, so what about the entry point? Well, once again, the most common entry for the bearish engulfing pattern is to enter at the candle close of the red candle. The stop loss we usually place above the highest point of the pattern, and in this case we can see that the highest point is right here. Once again, you can see that I leave some space here for some wiggle room, and as I said, remember to keep other market structure in mind. So for example, if we have a resistance all the way up here, you might want to set your stop loss above that resistance. As for your target level, to keep it simple, we usually use a risk to reward ratio. A very common risk to reward ratio is to use a 2 to 1. So we measure this length right here, and our target length should be twice as long from the entry. So in this case, our target would be right around here. Another interesting thing to notice about this chart is, let's actually take a look at this pattern right here. Well, here we actually have a bullish engulfing, because the first candle is a red one, the second candle is a green one that opens below, right? Opens below the body and closes above the body of the previous red candle. And we can actually see that this bullish engulfing pattern marked the low of this down move, and it actually reversed the price here to the upside. Alright, so now the time has come to take a look at one of my personal favorite patterns, and this right here is the hammer pattern. This pattern is a simple pattern because it consists of only one candlestick. The direction here is bullish and the type is reversal. So to identify a hammer pattern, what we first need to see, remember, it's a reversal pattern, so before the hammer appears, we need to see a move towards the downside. Then the actual hammer appears, and that is this candle right here. To find a valid hammer pattern, what we're looking out for is that we're looking out for a small...
Are you the kind of person who knows things? Things like you can get a domain from Squarespace, not just a website? Well, now you are that person, because now you definitely know you can get a domain from Squarespace. Something like whisperingbloom.com for your or whisperingbloom.com for your shouting retreat. Whatever you're doing, a Squarespace domain and website brings it to life, all in one place. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
Real body, like right here, and we're looking out for a long lower wick. And specifically, what we want to see here is that the lower wick of the pattern should be at least twice the size of the real body. And preferably, it should be maybe 3 times or 4 times as large as the real body. You can see in this case, the wick is maybe 3 times as large, so this right here is a good hammer. Another thing about the hammer is that we want the upper wick right here to be preferably very small. Or the best case scenario here is when we have pretty much no wick at all. So if we have a pattern that looks, you know, like this, and we have no wick, this right here is a perfect hammer. And another thing that might sound a bit counterintuitive is that the color of the pattern can actually be either green or red. So it doesn't have to be a green real body, it can be red and still be a valid hammer. The hammer can look something like this with a red real body. However, if we, have to choose between these patterns, the green hammer is more bullish and is a stronger signal. So preferably we want to see a green candle. And once again, when the candle closes, the pattern is confirmed and it indicates a reversal to the upside. So now then, let's take a look at the hammer pattern trading strategy. And here on the chart, we actually have 3 valid hammer patterns. So once again, you want to pause the video and try to identify the pattern. Alright, so the first hammer we can identify is this candle right here. You can see this green candle that has a pretty small real body and a long lower wick. And the important part about this candle is that you can clearly see that the wick here is more than twice the size compared to the real body. And here you can also see that before the hammer appeared, we actually saw a massive drop towards the downside. So when we see a very strong movement before the hammer appears, it can actually make the hammer strong. Right here, very strong reversals. But what about the other hammers? Well, right here we actually have another hammer. This one is a bit more, debatable if it's a hammer or not. But what you can see, first of all, is that we do have a small body. And you can also see that the lower wick of this pattern is clearly more than twice the size of the real body. But But what makes this pattern a bit shaky here, or you know, some people might not consider this a hammer, and that is because the upper wick here is pretty long. But in my opinion, I would probably still consider this a hammer because the lower wick is so much longer compared to the upper wick, so this could still be considered a hammer. And what we also can notice is that before the hammer appeared, we saw a strong move towards the downside, and that is a good sign. Another candle that you might consider a hammer is this candle right here. You can see once again we have a very small real body and we have a long lower wick, but in this case I would actually not consider this a hammer, and that is because we are actually in a move towards the upside. Yes, we have a small move here before the hammer appears, but this is not really enough for me to consider this a reversal pattern. Preferably before the pattern appears, we want to see a clear move here towards the downside. But the last valid hammer pattern here, in my opinion, is this one right here. Once again, you can see we have a very small real body, we have a very tiny upper wick, right, and we have a very long lower wick. The body is red, but remember, that doesn't matter. This is still a valid hammer. So in this case, what about the entry point, the exit point, and our target level? Well, once again, and this is common for many patterns, the most common way to enter is to enter at the candle close here of the pattern. And remember, this is a red body, so we enter at the lowest point of the body. That is when the candle closes. But what about the stop loss? Well, in this case, we can actually see that we have some sort of support because we have a low right here, we have another low right here, and we have another low right here. So what we can do here is that we can drag a sort of support area. I prefer to draw areas rather than sort of lines. In this case, we can draw a pretty broad support area right here. And in this case, center place the stop loss below the support area, and I also leave some wiggle room. I leave some wiggle room here between the support and the entry point, just like this. And as for our target level, once again we can keep it simple with a 2-to-1 risk to reward. We measure this part. Our target level should be around twice the length of this part right here, and that would give us a target around here. Once again, when it comes to target levels, we can also use support and resistance levels. So in this case, we can see that we have some sort of resistance. So here we have some sort of resistance area right here. So it can make sense when you have a resistance area like this to actually place the target just below. Oops, wrong tool here. Just below the resistance. So in this case, you can actually, adjust your support. So in this case, you can actually adjust your target a bit here to take targets before the resistance appears. Because when we reach a resistance, it's pretty common that the price will reverse. In this case, you can actually see that we did get a pretty strong reaction of this resistance area. It went a tiny bit higher here, but definitely keep support and resistance levels in mind. Alright, so now let's take a look at the shooting star pattern. This is one of my favorite bearish patterns, so make sure to really pay attention to this one.
At Chamberlain University, we medicine years to know. We know because we're the #1 largest nursing school in the U.S. To go to the call, visit Chamberlain.edu, Chamberlain University. Belong to something different, certified to operate by ship.
Once again, this is a simple pattern. The pattern consists of one candlestick, the direction is bearish, and the type is a reversal. Because this is a bearish reversal, that means that before the pattern appears, we want to see an uptrend, then this right here is the actual pattern, and after the pattern, the goal is to reverse the price to the downside. To identify a shooting star pattern, we want to look out for a small and a long upper wick. What we also want to see is that we want the lower wick to be either non-existent or to be very small, like we're seeing right here. And here, and this is very important, the upper wick of the shooting star, just as the hammer, we want this one to be twice the size, preferably even longer compared to the real body. And in this case, we can see that the upper wick is just barely twice the size as the real body. candle. So if this wick was a little bit shorter, so if I have had that looks like this instead, where the upper wick is, you know, made like this, now we are not really seeing a shooting star anymore. So when you're looking out for shooting stars, definitely pay close attention to the upper wick of the pattern. Alright, so now then, how do we trade the shooting star? Well, in this case, the shooting star can actually be pretty hard to spot. But the most valid shooting star right here, in my opinion, is actually this green candle right here. And I actually forgot to mention this, but for the shooting star, it doesn't matter if the body is green or red, it's still a valid shooting star. However, a red candle is a bit more bearish. But the important part here is that we have a small real body and a lower wick. In this case, you can see that the wick is just barely twice the size of the real body. And what we also can see is that before the pattern appeared, we had a clear move towards the upside. As for your entry level, once again, we enter here at the candle close of the pattern. And because this is a green body, we enter at the top of the green body. Your stop loss level here, once again, we want to look out for previous market structure. You can see that we actually have a high right here, so we can drag a resistance like this. In this case, we can actually see that the shooting star just quickly peaked above the resistance and then reversed. This is actually a special type of pattern that we call a Wyckoff upthrust, and these can be very strong reversal signals. And by the way, guys, if you want to learn more about support and resistance and how to combine support and resistance with other technical tools to make a trading strategy, I highly recommend to watch my support and resistance trading course here on the channel. I will make sure to link that video up in the corner in the eye. So now then, where do we place our stop loss? Well, because the highest point of the shooting star is above the resistance, we actually want to place the stop loss just slightly above that point. Once again, I leave a tiny bit of wiggle room between the highest point of the shooting star and the stop loss. And as for our target level, we keep it simple with a 2-1 for this pattern as well. So we measure this move right here and we take a 2-1, so the target should be twice the size, and we lock in our profits around here. In this case, we can see that the price actually continued further down, but that is no guarantee. So it's very important to plan out your trade, set your, stop loss, and set your target. Notice about this chart is that we pretty much had a shooting star pattern appearing right here, right? You can see we had a small real body, we had a long upper wick. But what makes this pattern a bit shaky is that, yes, we saw a move towards the upside right here, but before the shooting star appeared, we had more of a sideways movement. A more valid pattern, in my opinion, would have been this candle right here. But in this case, you can see that if you traded this pattern, you would have entered right here, and you would have probably set your stop loss here. So in this case, this would have been a losing trade. And that is a very important point to consider. Not all patterns will be successful. Some patterns will fail, and then it's very important to respect your stop loss and exit the trade without any hesitation. Another important thing to remember here is that when we use a risk to reward ratio of 1-2, this means that we can actually lose more trades than what we win and still make money. So losing trades doesn't have to be a bad thing. It's simply a part of the game. Alright, so now it's time for a very iconic and pretty complex reversal pattern, and this is the morning star pattern. This pattern right here is indeed complex, and it's a bullish reversal pattern. So before the pattern appears, we want to see a downtrend. Then the actual pattern appears here, and as you can see, this pattern consists of 3 candlesticks, and the goal of this pattern is to reverse the price to the upside. So how do we identify the morning star? Well, the first candlestick of the morning star is a pretty strong red candle, and it's a continuation of the previous move towards the downside. The next candle is a green candlestick with a small real body, and the wicks here can be either small or long. But here, and this is very important, between the candle close of the red candle and the opening of the green candle, so in this space right here, we actually want to see a gap. A gap is when we either have distance between the bodies of the candle, or another gap, which is called a wick gap, is when we actually have distance between the wicks of the candle as well. And I will talk more about that later on in this video. We actually have some patterns where we need to see wick gaps, but in this case, all you need to see is that we want to see a gap between the bodies of the candles. And the third and the final candle of the pattern is a strong green candle. And here we once again want to see a gap between the small green candle and the large green candle. So we want to see a gap between the real bodies of these two candles. Yet another thing we want to see with the green candle is that preferably we want the green candle to close well within the real body of the red candle. And a rule you can use, if this right here is 50%, or in other words, it's in the middle of the red candle, we want the green candle to close above this mark right here. And when the green candle closes above the 50% mark,
Grainger knows that as the procurement coordinator at a manufacturing plant, you can count on auto reordering and the PPE you need on hand. Call 1-800-GRAINGER or click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
the Morningstar pattern is confirmed. Alright, so now let's take a look at the Morningstar trading strategy, and the Morningstar can be identified right here. And this one can be a little bit tricky to spot here, but let's take a look at this pattern together. So the first candle is a strong red candle that clearly comes after a downtrend, a very strong movement here towards the downside. The second candle of this pattern has, first of all, it has a very small real body. That is a good sign. And you can see here that we actually have a pretty long lower wick. So what pattern is this pretty much? Well, it's actually pretty much a hammer pattern. So you can actually find a hammer pattern inside a Morningstar pattern. And it's a bit hard to see here, but we actually created some space between the real body of the first candle and the second candle. Between the candle 2 and candle 3 here, we have a much clearer gap here. You can see we clearly have a gap between the red candle and the green one. And what you also can notice here is that the green candle closes above. The candle close here is above the 50% mark of the first candle. So as for our entry point, the most common way to enter is to enter at the candle close of the shooting star, so to enter right there. In this case, when we have a hammer pattern, you could have actually entered all the way down here on the hammer as well. But in this example, we are showing off the Morningstar, so let's stick with entry example number 1. Let's take a look at our stop loss here. We don't really have any clear support level, and when we don't have any clear support, we usually place the stop here below the lowest point of the pattern. So we place it below this point right here. We also leave some wiggle room space between the low and the stop loss. So if the price falls down here, we can actually retest the hammer pattern and still, not get stopped out. As for your target level, we can keep it simple and use a 2-2-1. This would give us a target around here, or we can actually use previous market structure. So in this case, you can see that we have a pretty clear resistance all the way up here. You can see we have 1 touch, 2 touches. So it's actually possible to set your target just below that resistance. I'm not really sure here, but if I remember correctly, I do think that we saw a move towards the upside and then down, and then this target eventually got through. Alright, so now let's take a look at the evening star pattern. The evening star is a complex pattern because it consists of 3 candlesticks. The direction is bearish, and this is once again a reversal pattern. So before the pattern appears, we have an uptrend. Then the actual pattern is this one right here, consisting of 3 candles, and the goal of the pattern is to reverse the price to the downside. The first candle of this pattern is a strong green one, so we want to see a long body here, and we can also see some wicks. The important part about the first candle is that we have a long green body. The next candle is a candle with a small real body. So in this case, you can see that we have a very small real body here. We can also have both lower and upper wicks. This is not super important. The most important part here is that we have a small body. We can even have candlesticks that looks something like this, where the real body is so small that you can't even see it anymore. This right here is a doji candle, and we will talk more about doji candles and why they are so important later on in this video. And also, this candle can be either green or red, but one could consider the pattern a bit more bearish if we see a red candle. Between the body of the first candle and the second candle, and this is very important, we need to see a gap. So between this point and this point, we want to see a gap here between the real bodies. The third candle here is a strong red candle. And once again, between the real body of candle 2 and the real body of candle 3, we want to see a gap like this. And to confirm that the third candle is strong and to confirm the pattern, we want the red candlestick or candle 3 to close below this point right here. And in this particular example, you can see that the red candle closed far below the 50% mark, and this confirms the evening star pattern. Alright then, so how do we actually trade the evening star? Well, the first thing we need to do is of course to identify the pattern. So if you want to, try to do this yourself and pause the video. Did you manage to find the pattern? Well, the evening star is this pattern right here. You can see that the first candle is a strong green one that comes after a move towards the upside. The second candle right here has a small real body. In this case, the real body was green, but remember, the body can be either green or red. And this pattern on its own is actually something we call a hanging man pattern, and we will cover that pattern later on in this course. But for now, all we need to notice is that we do have a small pattern, and also, very importantly, we do have a gap here between the real body of the green one and the real body of the first candle. So you can see we have a pretty clear gap right here. The third candle is a strong bearish candle. That's exactly what we want to see. And even though it's tiny, we do have a gap here between candle 2 and candle 3. And also the red candle closes below the 50% mark of candle 1. So you can see that the candle close is clearly below that point. So we have all our criteria, and this pattern is confirmed. As for your entry point, we usually enter here at the candle close of the third candle, and for the stop loss, once again, we don't really have any clear support and resistance here, so our stop loss we want to place above this point. So we place it above, we leave some wiggle room right here, and we use a risk to reward ratio. We can use, for example, a 2-to-1. We could also use a 3-to-1. A 3-to-1 risk to reward simply means that the reward, the length down to the target, so the length down to this point right here should be 3 times as long as this right here. Alright, so now the time has come to take a look at the piercing pattern, and the piercing pattern is yet another super useful reversal pattern. And this pattern is complex because it consists of 2 candlesticks. The direction here is bullish, and as I said, the type here is reversal. So before the pattern appears, we need to see a downtrend. Then these 2 candles right here are the actual pattern, and the goal of the pattern is to reverse the price to the upside. The first candlestick of this pattern is a red one, preferably a pretty strong red candle, but it can be either strong or sort of medium strength. And the red candle is a continuation of the previous move to the downside. The next candlestick is a strong green candle. It can have an upper wick and a lower wick, but the most important thing about this green candle is that we need to close above. Remember, just as with the morning and evening star, we have this 50% line from the red candle, and this line goes from the middle of the previous red candle. And what we want to see in order to confirm the piercing pattern is that we want the green candle to close above this line. When we see the candle close, the pattern is confirmed and indicates the reversal to the upside. What I also forgot to mention here is that the red previous candle can also have an upper and a lower wick. so now let's take a look at the piercing pattern trading strategy. And as always, you can, as an exercise, try to find the pattern here on your own. The piercing pattern can be found right here. You can see that before the pattern up here, we had a pretty significant move here towards the downside. Candle 1 here is a strong red candle. We have a slight upper wick and lower wick, but that's okay. The next candle here is a strong green candle. You can see that we do have a very long lower wick and we do have a very long upper wick, but that's completely fine. Because remember, the most important part about this pattern is that the green candle needs to close above this 50% line we have right here. And you can see that the candle close was quite far above the 50% line, so when this candle closes, the pattern is confirmed. Another important thing to notice about the piercing pattern is that this is pretty much an early stage of a bullish engulfing, because if the piercing pattern pushes a bit higher here and closes above the opening of the red candle, then we actually have a bullish engulfing pattern instead. So this is pretty much an early sort of bullish engulfing pattern. Now let's take a look at where do we enter, where do we set our stop loss, and where do we place our target. Well, the most common entry point is, as usual, at the candle close, so we enter here when the pattern confirms. As for our stop loss, we usually look at the very lowest point of the pattern, and in this case, remember, we have a very sort of long lower wick. So what we usually do is that we actually set the stop loss all the way down here, all the way below the lower wick. And I also like, as you know by now, I like to leave some wiggle room here. This allows us for the pattern to go down and test the low once again and then bounce, and we will still not get stopped out. And as always, you also want to look out for the previous market structure. In this case, you can see we have a low right here, and we have a lower low. In this case, we don't have an indicator right now, but just by looking at the price, I can actually sense a sort of...
Every business is asking the same question. How do we make AI work for us? With NetSuite by Oracle, you can put AI to work today. To find out how, get the business guide, Demystifying AI, free at netsuite.com/AI cloud.
Divergence right here. If you want to learn more about divergences to improve your candlestick pattern trading even more, I actually have a full course about the RSI indicator that I highly recommend watching. I will make sure to leave a link to that video somewhere up in the corner. But now then, what about the target? Well, our usual method here is to measure the length between the entry and the stop loss, and we ratio. A risk to reward ratio of 2 would give us a target maybe somewhere around here. This is where our target is and where we lock in profit. Alright, so now we're going to take a look at the dark cloud cover. This right here is an important bearish pattern that every trader needs to know about. This pattern is complex because it consists of 2 candles. The direction is bearish and the type is reversal. So before the pattern, we want to see an uptrend. These 2 candles right here are the actual pattern, and the goal of this pattern is to reverse the price down. The first candle of this pattern is this candle right here, and this is a pretty strong candle, very strong for medium size. It doesn't matter here if we have an upper wick and a lower wick. The most important part here is that we have a clear continuation of the uptrend. The next candle, candle 2, is a strong bearish candle. You can see that we have no upper wick, and this is completely fine, but we have a pretty long lower wick. That's also the wicks of this pattern are not the most important part. The most important part is that the red candle needs to close below this 50% mark of the green candle. So once again, the mark is drawn from the middle of the body body of the green candle. And what we're looking out for here is that we're looking out for a candle close below this line. When we see a candle close below the 50% line, the pattern is confirmed and indicates a reversal. So now then, let's take a look at the dark cloud cover trading strategy. And the first thing we need to do is that we need to identify the pattern. And the dark cloud cover can actually be found right here. And this right here is pretty much a special case of the dark cloud cover, because the second candle here is, you know, a massive candle. As you can see, first of all, we had a very clear move towards the upside before the pattern appears. And the first candle here is a pretty strong one. Importantly, it's a continuation of the uptrend. In this particular case, we have no upper wick, we have no lower wick, but that's completely fine. The second candle in this case was a massive bearish candle, and the very interesting thing about this candle is that during the candle the price pushed all the way up here, but before the candle closed, the bears managed to push the price all the way down here, and even more importantly, the bears managed to push the price and close below the 50% mark of the previous green candle. So this actually confirms that we have a dark cloud cover. And even though we have such a large candle and such a large upper and lower wick, this is still a dark cloud cover. But now then, how do we trade a dark cloud cover with, you know, such a big bearish candle? Well, the first step is to find our entry point here. And once again, the most common entry is the entry here at the standard place of this pattern. But as for the stop loss, here it gets a bit more. Have the most common stop loss that is, you know, at the absolute highest point of the pattern. As you guys know from previous patterns, the most common way to set your stop loss is to set your stop loss just above this point. But now, since the highest wick is so high up, some traders highly prefer to not have such a wide stop loss. So when you see a large second candle, like we're seeing right here, another method to set your stop loss is to actually place it above the candle close of the pattern. So some traders might prefer this stop loss. You can see we set the stop loss just above the real body of the pattern. And as always, we also leave some wiggle room. So here you have two pretty valid options for your stop loss. You have the higher stop loss and you have the lower stop loss. And what stop loss you decide to choose here basically depends on your own trading style. If we choose the lower stop loss, then our target level one will go down. This right here is target 1. But if you're using the wider stop loss and still aim to 2 to 1 support ratio, you also of course have the target. So in this case, your target level might be all the way down here. Alright, so the next pattern we're going to take a look at is the inverted hammer pattern. And this pattern is, you know, very important to understand because it can be quite counterintuitive. Because this right here is a simple bullish pattern and it is a reversal pattern. But many, especially new traders, look at this pattern and say, isn't this a bearish pattern? Well, it's actually considered a bullish pattern. And we will talk about why this is considered a bullish pattern. But first, how do we identify the pattern? Well, since this is a big reversal for the pattern, we need to see a downtrend. In this case, the context is very important, so it is important that we have a down move.
Hey Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them raise their margin.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence all through Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank.
Then, yeah, pattern appears, go to the pattern. The pattern itself is one single candle with a very small real body and a long upper wick. And here, just as with the hammer pattern, we want the wick to be at least twice the size compared to to the real bar. And in this case, you can see that the width is maybe, 4 times as large as the body, so that is a very good sign. But now you may of course wonder, why is this even a bullish pattern? Because if you remember from earlier in the video when we talked about the shooting star, you can actually see that this right here is the same candle as the shooting star. Because as you can see, the candle opened all the way down here. During the candle, the bulls started off good, they managed to push the price all the way up here, but before the candle closed, the bears took control once again and pushed the price all the way down to this point right here. But the reason this is still considered a bullish pattern is because of the context. Because before the pattern appeared, we had a clear move towards the downside. And because the bulls during the next candle managed to push the price all the way up here, this gives us an indication that the bears from the downtrend might be losing control. So if you see this pattern appear after a downtrend, it's a bullish pattern. But if you see the pattern appear after an uptrend, it's a bearish pattern. So the context is very important. But when this candle closes, the candle is confirmed and indicates a reversal to the upside. When trading the inverted hammer, many traders will actually wait for a confirmation candle. And what is a confirmation candle? Well, in this case, this right here is a confirmation candle. It's a candle that appears after the pattern that confirms the direction we want to see. And in this case, we want to see a move towards the upside, and we can see here that the next candle confirmed this move. So some traders will wait for this next candle close before they enter their trade. And in my opinion, waiting for a confirmation candle when it comes to the inverted hammer is not a bad idea, because this pattern is, slightly less bullish compared to, for example, the hammer pattern. And as you can hear on the name, the inverted hammer pattern is basically a hammer upside down. So now let's take a look at the inverted hammer trading strategy. And if you want to, pause the video and try to find the pattern on your own. Did you guys succeed? Well, the inverted hammer here can be pretty hard to spot, but it can be found right here. You can see that before the inverted hammer appeared, we had a pretty significant move towards the downside. Especially the last candle here before the inverted hammer was a very strong bearish one. Then, as you can see right here, we saw an inverted hammer appear. Why is this an inverted hammer? Well, we have a small real body and a long upper wick. And this wick needs to be at least twice the size of the real body. And in this case, we can see that it is slightly more than twice the size of the body. But how do we actually trade this pattern? Well, in this case, we have two different ways to enter. The first potential entry point is the inverted hammer. But as we talked about, a second way to enter is to wait for a confirmation candle. In this case, this next green candle here is a confirmation candle. It confirms the pattern because it pushes in a bullish direction. And that is exactly what this pattern indicates. And what about our stop loss level? Well, the most sensible stop loss point here, at least in my opinion, is to look out for the lowest point of the candle that happened before the inverted hammer. When you see candles like this that wicks below the actual pattern, before the pattern appears, a good way to set your stop loss is to place it below this point. And also, of course, I leave some wiggle room here. So if the bears take control here, we actually have a chance of a bounce at the low and still not get stopped out. As for your target level here, if you use the first entry, you can see that we have a very tight stop loss. This is something that, some traders prefer and some traders like to avoid. And when we use such a tight stop loss, you can see that if we use our risk to reward ratio of 2, you can see that our target reached very quickly. So if you are a trader that likes to get in and out of the market quickly, tight stop losses can be a good idea. If we instead use the confirmation candle entry here, we will have a much wider target. If we once again use a risk reward of 2 to 1, you can see that our target would probably be somewhere up here. And this is a pretty interesting point, because this, as you can see, between this candle and this candle, we actually had a very large gap.
The civil rights movement encompassed thousands of stories lived by real people across America. On the U.S. Civil Rights Trail podcast, experts take us inside the pivotal events that shaped the movement, from courtrooms to classrooms, from
gap, and we will talk more about price gaps later on in this video. But a common principle here is that price gaps tends to be filled. So the highest point of the gap here can actually many times act as resistance. So it does make sense here to set your target level here just before the gap close, before the resistance, because when the price reaches, or if the price reaches all the way up there, it's very possible that we can actually see a reaction. Alright, so now let's take a look at the hanging man pattern. The hanging man is a pretty wild name here. The pattern is a simple pattern. It consists of only one candlestick. The direction here is bearish, and the type is a reversal. So before the pattern appears, we have an uptrend. Then this right here is the actual pattern, and the goal here is to reverse the price to the downside. And the hanging man pattern is another pretty counterintuitive pattern, because as you can see, this pattern actually looks like a hammer, right? It's pretty much the exact same candle as a hammer. The key difference between the hanging man and a hammer pattern is the context. So where on the chart does the pattern appear? And in this case, it's very important that in order to have a hanging man, it needs to appear after an uptrend. The pattern itself consists of a small real body and a long lower wick. And what we want to see here is that we want the wick here to be at least twice the length of the real body. So at least it's twice the length here. In this particular case, it looks to be more like 3 times, and that is a good sign. But why is this a bearish pattern? Well, remember here that before the pattern we have an uptrend, and then the pattern appears here. And during this pattern, we can see that the bulls actually took lots of control and managed to push the price all the way down here. We can actually see that in this particular case, the bulls actually quickly managed to break the lowest point of the previous candle, but before the candle closes, the price pushed all the way up. So even though the bulls took control here, this is still a bearish pattern, because the bearish move all the way down here shows a clear disruption in the uptrend. And just as with the inverted hammer, some traders, when they see a hanging man, wants to see a confirmation. So they find this pattern. This pattern confirms with the candle close, but then they wait for one more bearish candle before they actually enter the trade. And also, the color of the real body can actually be either red or green. But for the hanging man pattern, I personally highly prefer when we see a red body, because if we see a green body, it's very possible that this move is just a continuation of the uptrend. Alright, so here we have a real life example of the hanging man pattern, and this chart right here can be, pretty hard to read, so it's pretty impressive if you can find the hanging man pattern on your own here. So where's the hanging man? Well, we can identify the hanging man right here. And one reason why this hanging man is hard to spot here is because the move, you can see before the pattern appeared, we did have a strong move here towards the upside. But you can see that we actually have a slightly bearish candle just before the pattern appears. And this right here is something we actually don't prefer. We prefer to see a green candle before the hanging man. But the most important part here is that the overall move before the hanging man is a move towards the upside. And here we can still see that the overall move before the pattern is an upwards movement. And if we take a look at the actual pattern, we can see that we have a small real body. The body is red, so that is a good sign. And we also have a long lower wick that looks to be around 3 times the size of the real body. When it comes to the entry point for this pattern, it can also be a little bit tricky. As always, the most straightforward entry point is to enter right here at the candle close of the hanging man. But remember that the other strategy is to wait for a confirmation. That this next candle right here was a red candle, but this is actually not a confirmation candle, because in order to be a confirmation candle, we want to confirm a move towards the downside after the pattern. And in order to confirm a move towards the downside, we want to see, a candle that at least closes lower than the hanging man. So this candle is not good enough to be a confirmation candle. However, if we take a look at the next candle here, we can see that the price gapped down. You can see we created a gap here between these two candles, and we clearly pushed lower. So in this case, the second entry would actually be all the way down here, at least in my opinion. But what about our stop loss level? Well, here we also have some important market structure. You can see we have one high right here, and we have another high right here. So here we can actually mark up a resistance area on the chart. And when a bearish pattern appears at or very close a resistance level, what I like to do is to place the stop loss just above the resistance, because then we can allow for the price to go up here and get rejected and still be within a winning trade. But what about our target level? Well, as usual, we want to measure the distance between stop loss level. And if we use a risk-reward ratio of 2, our target would be somewhere around here. And if we use a risk-reward ratio of 3, then our target would be somewhere down here. Your choice of risk-reward will depend a bit on your trading style. A lower risk-reward, like a 1 to 2, will make it more likely that your trade succeeds. But if you use a risk-reward of, for example, 1 to 3, like we do right here, it will be less likely that your trade succeeds. But when you actually get a successful trade, you will...
Now at McDonald's, the sausage McMuffin is only $1.50. So stop dreaming about breakfast sausage and go get it. $3 menu.
Limited time only. Price numbers. Very price numbers.
Win much more. Alright, so now it's time to switch the attention and take a look at the best continuation candle patterns. And first of all, what are continuation patterns? Well, continuation patterns indicate that the trend will continue. Or in other words, they indicate that we will go from a bullish to a bullish trend, or from bearish to a bearish trend. And continuation patterns can be super effective because you are trading in the same direction as the trend. And as you guys know, the trend is your friend. When it comes to continuation patterns, the patterns are often complex. Or in other words, the patterns will very seldom consist of only one candlestick. They will pretty much always be, a bit larger patterns. And when it comes to continuation pattern, the location on the chart, or in other words, the context of the patterns are super, super important. So when we talk about continuation patterns, make sure to, pay extra attention to the context and location of the patterns. Okay, so let's take a look at the rising 3 methods pattern. And as you guys can see, this right here is a pretty large pattern, so it's definitely a complex pattern because this one consists of 5 candlesticks. The direction of this pattern is bullish, and the type here is continuation. So it's very important that before this pattern appears, we need to see an uptrend. Then all of these candles together are the actual pattern, and the goal of this pattern is to continue the trend towards the upside. And the first candle of the rising 3 methods is a strong bullish candle, and this pattern indicates that the bulls are still in control of the uptrend. But after this candle, what we are looking out for here is that we are looking out for 3 small bearish candles. So we're looking out for a small move that goes in the opposite direction of the trend, or in other words, we're actually looking out for a small pullback. And these 3 candles should preferably be within this range. So if we take from the highest point to the lowest point of the previous bullish candle, we want the red candles here to be within this range. As for the wicks here of the small red candles, it's okay here to have wicks on all of these candles. The important point here is that we want to have small real bodies of these candles. The last candle of the rising 3 methods is very important. Here we want to see a strong bullish candle, and what we want to see here is that we want this bullish candle to close above the close of the first. So you can see right here, we have the close of the first candle, and we want the final candle to close above this line. When we get this candle close, the rising 3 methods is confirmed and indicates a continuation. Okay, so now, how do we actually trade the rising 3 methods? Well, the first thing we need to do is that we need to identify a pattern. And the rising 3 methods can actually be found right here. First of all, you can see that before the pattern appears, we have a very strong movement towards the upside. Once again, you can see that we actually have a gap here. We have a massive gap, and we will talk more about gaps later on in this video. It's important to learn about the gaps, but for now, let's focus here on the rising 3 methods. And we can also see here that the first candle is a strong green candle. In this case, we have, you know, a pretty long wick, but that's completely fine. The next 3 candles, you can see here that we have 3 small red candles with very small real bodies, and that is exactly what we want to see. But here, and this is actually on the edge, we can see that the 3rd red candle is almost pushing a bit too low here. If you take a look here, we can see that the real body, the red real body, is contained within the first green, and that is exactly what we want to see. I think I forgot to mention this in the previous slide, but you can see that the important part here is that the real bodies of the red candles should be contained within this range. It's not the end of the world if we have a lower wick right here, but preferably we want at least the real bodies of the candles to be contained within. Last but not least, we have remember, in order to have a valid rising 3 method, we want that final candle to close above this line right here. And here you can see that this candle just slightly managed to close above that point, and that confirms the rising 3 method. As for your entry point, the most common way to enter is to enter here at the candle close of the last candle. Some traders wait for a confirmation here, but because this last candle is a strong bullish one, I definitely don't think you need to wait for a confirmation for the rising 3 methods. Entering at the candle close of the 5th candle is often a good idea. As for your stop loss, the most common way to place it is to place it below the lowest point of the whole pattern. And in this case, you can see that the lowest point of the whole pattern is right here. But sometimes the lowest point of the pattern will actually be created from the first candle as well. So here you need to be a little bit flexible. But in this case, because we have the 3rd red candle wicking below, we actually have the stop loss placement right there. I always leave some space here for stop loss around there. To get your target level, here we actually have, because we have a continuation pattern, we have many different methods. The first method is to use a fixed risk reward to measure this movement. When it comes to continuation patterns, we can also use something. What we basically do is that we measure the whole input that created the whole sort of movement towards the upside before the pattern, and then we take this and measure the same length. And then we take our target all the way up here. This method is something called the 100% measure. Right, so now it's time to take a look at the following 3 methods pattern. And this right here is a pretty large pattern consisting of 5 candlesticks. Or in other words, it's a complex pattern. The direction is bearish, and the type is continuation. So before this pattern appears, we need to see a downtrend. Then we see the actual pattern, and the goal of the pattern is to continue to push the price down.
You have to change the name. You want to see the names of the people, not the names of the
candle, or at least a medium length candle. And this candle is simply the continuation of the previous downtrend. It's okay to have an upper wick, and it's okay to have a lower wick, and it's not too important if these wicks are long or short. After the first candle, what we are looking out for here is we're looking out for small candles that goes in the opposite direction, or in other words, we're talking about a pullback. These candles can also have wicks. For example, this candle right here, you can see have
I want the
pretty
black
large
girl.
wicks.
Thanks, and there and gotta get the jump. It turned into a damn panther. Jumping around.
Easy ordering.
They be jumping around, turning into fucking panthers and shit. Oh, God.
Game day ready. Call, click, or just stop by. Granger.
Oh, God, now. I'm gonna catch floggers. It's fucking floggers.
We'll talk more about spinning tops and why they are important later on in this video. The important part about these three candles is that the real bodies of these candles should be contained between the low of the first candle and the high of the first candle. It's fine if we do see a wick below, but preferably we want all of the bodies of the candles to be within this range. The final candle of the pattern is yet another strong bearish one. Once again, we can have wicks on this candle, but the most important part here is that the fifth candle closes below the candle close of the first candle. So the candle close of the first candle is right here, so we want the last candle to at least close below this point. And you can see in this particular example, we got a candle close far below the close of the first candle, so that is a very good sign. This final red candle indicates that this sort of pullback is over and that we are likely to see a continuation to the downside. Alright, so now let's take a look at the falling three methods in a real market. And as always, the very first thing you need to do is to identify the pattern. You can try to identify the pattern on your own. How do you find the pattern? Well, the falling three methods can be found right here. You can see these five. As we can see here, the first candle is a strong bearish candle, and this is a continuation of the downtrend. Next, we have 2 small green candles that creates a pullback or consolidation within the downtrend. And remember here, we want the real bodies of these 3 green be contained within this range. Here we can see that all of these green candles are indeed in this range here. The final candle should be a strong red candle, and we can see that we found a strong red candle right here. Remember, this candle needs to close below the close of the first candle. So we need to close below this point, and here we can once again clearly see that we got a candle close below. So now then, where do we enter and where do we place our stop loss and where do we take our profits? Well, the entry point is pretty straightforward. The most important point is to enter at the close of the 50 candle. So enter right here. And as we have been talking about, some traders wait for a confirmation candle, but for the following 3 methods, I think personally that the best entry point is just to enter at the 50 candle. As for your stop loss, you want to place your stop loss above the highest point. So here, this right here is the highest point of all the candles within the pattern. So we place our stop loss just above this point, and we also leave some wiggle room right here. As for your target level, you can either keep it simple with a risk to reward ratio, so you measure this length right here, you take this measurement, you double it, and your target will be somewhere around here. Yet another way to target is to measure the whole impulsive move down, and then you take this exact measurement and you apply on the pattern, and you take the target down here. So in this case, the second target will be a little bit earlier, right around here. The important thing about this second target method is that the length of this move and the length of this move should be equal size. Alright, so the next pattern we're going to take a look at is the bullish momentum pattern. And this right here is one of my favorite patterns because it's pretty easy to identify and they can also provide very strong signals. So let's first take a look at this pattern. So this pattern we can actually consider a simple pattern because the actual pattern is only one candlestick. However, it's very important that we compare this candlestick with the previous candles, and I will talk more about that later on. And as we can hear on the name, this right here is a bullish pattern, and this right here is a continuation pattern, I would say. But you can actually also use this pattern as a reversal pattern. But most commonly, I would say it's a continuation pattern. So let's classify this as a continuation. So before this pattern, we preferably want to see an uptrend. But after this uptrend, the price should enter a sort of sideways or consolidation phase. This movement can be upwards, or it can actually also be sideways or even slightly downwards. Then the actual pattern appears, and the goal of this pattern is to continue the price upwards. And how do we identify this pattern? Well, what we're looking out for here is that we're looking out for a strong green candle, so we want the real body of the candle to be very long. The upper wick, we can have an upper wick and we can have a longer wick, but for the momentum pattern I actually prefer if we have shorter wicks, but we can have longer wicks as well. But the most important part about this pattern is that we want this candlestick right here to be at least 2 times as large as the real body's previous candle. And here the question is, of course, how many candles should we measure? Traders have slightly different methods, but I recommend that you measure at least 3 candles before the pattern appears. So we want the candle to be twice the size, and the real body should be twice the size as at least the 3 previous candles. I hope this doesn't sound confusing, but what we basically do for this pattern is that we compare the size of the candlestick body. So now let's take a look at bullish momentum trading strategy. And as always, the first thing we need to do is identify the pattern. So remember, to find a bullish momentum candle, we need to compare candles with $15. And actually, if you look at this candle right here, you can see that this right here is a pretty strong bullish candle. It's, for example, it's not as strong as this candle and not as strong as this candle. But what is important about this candle is that the real body is twice the size compared to all the previous candles. So you can actually consider this right here a bullish momentum candle. And another thing that is very important in this case is that we actually have, you can see we have a pretty clear resistance level right here. You can see the price got rejected 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. And here the price was just hovering very close to the resistance. And another thing we can notice is that the price is actually printing, as you can see, higher lows into the resistance as well. So in this particular case, it looks like we actually have some sort of ascending triangle pattern. And by the way, guys, if you want to learn more about chart patterns,
today's the day. Great Wolf Lodge's It's Gonna Be May sale. One of the biggest sales of the year is here. Save up to 51% on an easy family getaway. Book now and enjoy our 84-degree indoor water park, plus exciting attractions, delicious dining, and free daily events for the whole pack. Don't wait. Book today at greatwolf.com. Restrictions apply. Discounts vary. Offers subject to availability and may be terminated without notice. See greatwolf.com for full details.
Full chart pattern trading course here on my YouTube channel. So I will make sure to link that video somewhere up in the corner in the eye, and I highly recommend that you guys check that video out after you are done with this video. But now then, so how do we trade this pattern? Well, the most common method is to simply enter at the candle close of the momentum candle. Some traders wait for confirmation, but in this case, I think the confirmation, after the confirmation, we're already very high up. And most of the times, I actually prefer to enter right after the momentum candle. When it comes to your stop loss level for your momentum candle, here it's very important to consider the market structure. So remember, here we actually have a sort of triangle pattern with consecutive higher lows. And in this case, I would actually place my stop loss below the most recent low. This is the common method for the ascending triangle, and I would actually handle this as an ascending triangle. So the stop loss level, I would actually place just slightly below this point, so as always we leave some wiggle room. And as for our target, we can either measure the length to the entry, we take this to 1 platform risk to reward, our target would be right around here. Another method is to actually measure the triangle here. So you can take this measurement, measure from the breakout, and you will also get target something like this. So what I did right here, if it wasn't clear, is that I took this exact length, I sort of took that exact length and I measured from the breakout point. I took that measurement and our target level would have been around here. But now, a question you all might have at this point is, you know, can't we find any other momentum candles right here? For example, isn't this right here a momentum candle? Because we can see that this candle is a very strong green candle. Well, if we look closely here at the previous candles, we can see that keep going up. This candle right here is probably, you know, at least half the size.
The senior trying is vector.com. The timing indicators that work. An alert here or device.
Right here, we can see that
systems second
bullish candle. The
candle is clearly this
candle. But if you look at the third candle, this candle right here, we can see the size of that candle is actually smaller. The only real momentum candle we can actually find here is this bearish candle right here. Or we actually only have 2 candles visible here, but I'm pretty sure the third candle was also less than half the size of this candle right here. So this was probably a bearish momentum candle, and we will talk more about bearish momentum candles next. Alright guys, so now it's time to take a look at the bearish momentum pattern. This right here is a very useful pattern because it appears so frequently in the market. The pattern is a simple pattern because it consists of only one candlestick, so where the pattern appears on the chart is key. The direction for this pattern is bearish and the type is continuation. Once again, this pattern can also act in some cases as a reversal pattern, but most common, this is a continuation pattern. So before the pattern appears, preferably we want to see a move towards the downside. Then we want to see at least 3 candles with relatively small bodies. This candle right here is the actual pattern, and when this pattern confirms, it indicates a continuation of the downtrend. So now then, how do we identify the bearish momentum pattern? Well, what we're looking out for here is that we're looking out for a strong bearish candle, and specifically we want the body of this candle to be at least twice the size of the previous candle. I'm using 3 candles here as a rule of thumb, but it's even better if the body of the bearish candle is more than twice the size than maybe the previous 4 candles or even the previous 5 candles. The more candles the better, and the more candles the stronger the bearish momentum is. We also preferably want to see the real body of the red candle be perhaps 3 times as large or even 4 times as large as the previous candle. So now let's take a look at the bearish momentum trading strategy. And as always, the very first thing we need to do is that we need to identify the pattern. And in this case, the bearish momentum pattern can be found right here. As you guys can see, on this red candle we have a very long real body, and the body is definitely more than twice the size compared to all of these previous candles. And remember that I said that this is most often a continuation pattern, so before the pattern, preferably we want to see a downtrend. But in this case, you can actually see that the price, we're in a trading range before the pattern appears. And this is also completely fine. You can actually trade the bearish momentum candle both as continuations, but also reversals. But now, what about the entry point, the stop loss and target level? Well, the most straightforward entry point is where the momentum candle closes, so enter right here. As for your stop loss, we have a few different options here. One stop loss is to place the stop just above the highest point of the momentum candle, but what we also can do is that we can look at previous market. So in this case, remember that we had a trading range, so we found some sort of resistance. So what we can do here is that we can actually draw a resistance zone, and one option is to actually place the stop loss all the way above the resistance. But as you can see, when we have the stop loss all the way up there, the stop will be very, very wide. So yet another option here is to actually define the low of the range, so we can define the sort of support area right here. So if you prefer a tighter stop, you can set the stop loss just above the previous support, because a common principle in trading is that when we break previous support, many times it will flip to become resistance in the future. So if we use this stop placement, we can actually allow for the price to come up and test this previous support as resistance, and we are still within a winning trade. As for your profit target, you can either, as always, you can either use a risk to reward ratio, so you take this measurement and you measure using a risk to reward ratio of 2. Your target would be right around here, right? But when we have trading ranges, we can actually also measure the range, so from high to low of the range, and then we take this measurement and measure the range out. So we take the same length, and our target is right around here. Alright guys, so now it's finally time to take a look at the flag pattern, and this right here is one of the best candlestick patterns out there. You may wonder why. Well, this pattern is in the market. It's a reliable pattern, and if you understand it, it's also relatively simple to trade. But first of all, this right here is a complex pattern because it consists of multiple candlesticks. The direction on the name is bullish, and the type here is continuation. So before the pattern appears, we need to see an uptrend, then the actual pattern appears, and the goal of this pattern is to continue the price towards the upside. To identify the bull flag pattern, what we're looking out for, the first candle here is a green candle. This candle can be either strong or medium size, it doesn't matter too much, and we can have wicks, both an upper wick and a lower wick. The next part of the pattern is that we want to see multiple small candles that goes in the opposite direction. So for the bull flag, we want to see multiple red candles preferably, but it can also be a mix here between red and green candles. The most important part is that the overall direction of these small candles should be either down, or it can almost go sideways as well. These candles can have both upper and lower wicks, but the important part here is that we want the candles to have relatively small real bodies. The last candle of this pattern is a green candle, and we want this green candle to be at least medium size. Preferably, we want to see a strong green candle. But what we are looking out for here is that we want the green candle to close above the opening of the last candle in the pullback. So you can see the last candle open right here, so we want the green candle to close above this point. And in this case, you see that the green candle clearly closed above that. After this, the pattern is confirmed and indicates continuation to the upside. So now let's take a look at the bull flag trade. As always, the first thing we need to do is to identify the pattern, so feel free to pause the video and try to do this on your own. Did you find any flag? Well, in my opinion, the most obvious flag is this movement right here. You can see that before the pattern we had a clear uptrend, then we saw 1, 2, 3 and 4 small candles that went in the opposite direction of the trend. And this right here was actually far from a perfect bull flag. But it's important to understand that when you are trading in real markets, you will very seldom find these sort of textbook perfect patterns. More often than not, the patterns will not be perfect, and we as traders need to be able to trade regardless. And you may wonder, why is this pattern perfect? Well, in my opinion, the real body, this pattern right here, is a bit too large. Preferably, we want this candle, at least the real body of the candle, to be smaller. but this is still good enough. After the 4 candles, you can see that we do see a green candle finally emerging, and what you also can notice is that this green candle closes above this line right here. Remember, this line is created from the opening of the last red candle, and it is when this candle closes that the flag is confirmed. How do we enter? How do we place our stop loss? How do we place our targets? Well, the most common entry point for the blue flag is to simply enter at candle close of the green candle. Some traders also wait for a confirmation candle, so they wait to enter all the way up here. But many times it's enough to enter at the candle close of the green candle. As for your stop loss, the stop loss is usually set below the lowest point of the flag. So right here we have the lowest point of the flag. So we set our stop loss below. We leave some wiggle room. And when it comes to the target level, here we actually have multiple options. One target option is to actually take profits already at this point, which is the high of the uptrend. In this uptrend, you can see we have a high right here, we have a high, we printed another high, and a common method is to take either partial profits, meaning that you offload some of your position at this point, or that you take full profit at this level. Another target method is to use something called a measured move objective. And what you do here is that you measure the impulsive move of the trend. So you measure from low to high. You take that exact length and you measure from the low of the pattern. So this would give you a target around here. And as I said, some traders use this right here as the first target, so they take some profits at this level, and then they might take the rest of the profits all the way up. Alright, so now it's time to take a look at the bear flag pattern. And the bear flag is a complex pattern because it consists of more than one candlestick. The direction here is bearish, and the type is continuation. So before the pattern appears, we see a downtrend, then we see the actual pattern, and the goal here is to continue the price towards the downside. To identify the bear flag, the first candlestick we're looking out for is a red candle, preferably with a strong red candle, a medium-sized candle. It can have an upper wick, in this case it doesn't, it can have a lower wick. The next part here of the pattern is that we want to identify multiple candles, 3 or more, that goes in the opposite direction of the actual trend. These candles can be either green or red, and they can also be doji candles, like we're seeing right here. This right here is a doji, this right here is a doji. The important part here is that we want to see small real bodies of the candles, and we want the movement to be in the opposite direction. The last candle of the pattern is a relatively strong red candle, and the general rule here is that we want the red candle to close below the opening of the last candle right here. But you can see that, and this is very important, in this particular case, you can see that if the red candle closes maybe around here, you can see that the real body of the red candle would be very small. And this is something we don't want to see. We want the red candle to at least have a medium-sized body. So now let's take a look at how to actually trade the bear flag. As always, we take a look at the entry level, the stop loss, and the target. But the first thing we need to do is, of course, to find the pattern. And here on the chart, we can see that we have a very clear downtrend. We are printing consecutive lower highs, and we're also printing consecutive lower lows. And here, the most clear bear flag is this movement right here. As you can see, before the pattern appeared, we had a strong movement towards the downside. Then we saw 1, 2, and 3 candles that went in the opposite direction. Once again, this candle, this green candle right here, preferably we want the real body of this candle to be a little bit smaller. It's important to remember that markets are very seldom perfect, so this pattern right here is, at least in my opinion, good enough. What we can also see here is that the last candle of the pattern is a strong red candle. That is a good sign. And we can also see that the red candle clearly closes below the opening of the last green candle. As for your entry point, the most common way to enter is to enter at the candle close of the last red candle. For your stop loss, you usually want to place it above the highest point of the pattern. So this right here is the highest point of the pattern, and you want to place your stop loss just above that point. When it comes to target levels, we have multiple options. One way to set your target is to actually set it already at this point right here. But you can see in this case, when we enter right here, you can see that the distance to the profit is very, very small. So in this case, it might not make sense to use this profit target. Instead, you can use something called the 100% measure move. So you measure from the swing high to swing low before the pattern. Then you take this exact measurement, you copy the length, and perhaps your profit target would be around this point. So what's important here is that the length of this move and the length to your target should be the same. Alright, so now it's time to take a look at the bullish runaway gap pattern. And this right here is a very powerful pattern, so make sure to really pay attention. When it comes to the complexity for this pattern, it's actually pretty hard to categorize. But I'm calling this a simple pattern because the actual pattern itself doesn't really consist of candlesticks, rather it consists of gap. However, the direction for this pattern is bullish and the type here is continuation. So before the pattern appears, we want to see an uptrend, then we identify the actual pattern, and the goal of this pattern is to continue to push the price towards the upside. Alright, so identifying this pattern is actually pretty simple. All we need to look out for here is a move towards the upside, and then we want to see a gap. You can see this right here, the space in between the highest point of this candle and the lowest point of this candle is considered a gap. And this type of gap, where we have nothing in between the candles, you can see not even the wicks are touching, is called a true gap. So what we're looking out for when it comes to the runaway gap here is that we want to see a true gap. So for example, we don't want it to look like this. Let's say that this right here is the first candle and this right here is the second candle. You can see that in this case we have a gap here between the real bodies of the candles. So this right here is one type of gap, but what we're looking out for here is that we want not even the wicks to touch. And this pattern is confirmed already when this candle opens. So as you guys know, for most candlestick patterns, the patterns will confirm at a candle close. But for the bullish runaway gap, the pattern confirms at the open after the gap, and that is very important to have in mind. So now let's take a look at the bullish runaway gap trading strategy. And the first thing we need to do here is of course to identify the pattern. And on this chart, the only real runaway gap that can be found is right here. You can see, if you look closely on this chart, you can see that we have multiple of these other gaps. You can see, for example, right here, we have a gap between the real bodies of the candles. And for example, right here as well, and right here, you can see that these other types of gaps, where we have a gap between the real bodies, is pretty common, but to find a gap where not even the wicks are touching is a more rare signal. Another thing that is important to notice here is that before the runaway gap, we need to see an uptrend, and in this case, we indeed saw an uptrend before the gap. Then the gap appeared, and remember, the pattern confirms when this candlestick opens. So how do we trade this pattern? Well, the most common entry point is to enter here at the open after the gap. As for your stop loss, you usually want to place the stop loss here below the lowest point of the gap. So this black line is the lowest point of the gap, and a common way to set your stop loss is to place it below this point. Why do we do this? Well, it's not super uncommon for the price to actually pull back and test the low of the gap.
Every business is asking the same question: how do we make AI work for us? With NetSuite by Oracle, you can put AI to work today. To find out how, get the business guide Demystifying AI free at netsuite.com/AICloud.
This right here is what we call a gap fill. And when we set the stop loss below this point, we can actually allow for a gap fill and still not get stopped out. And as for your target, you can use a simple risk to reward ratio, so you can measure measure this movement right here, you can take the measurement using a 2 to 1 would give a target around there. Using a 3 to 1 would give a target around there. So now let's switch attention here and take a look at the bearish runaway gap. We can consider this pattern a simple pattern because it consists basically of 0 candlesticks. It depends on how you define it, but I define this as a simple pattern. The direction here is bearish and the type is continuation. So it's so remember, true gap is when we have space in between two candles where not even the wicks are touching. This pattern confirms already at the candlestick after the gap. So this pattern is confirmed already at this point, and it indicates a continuation to the downside. So now then, how do we trade the bearish runaway gap? Well, the first thing we need to do is that we need to identify it. And if you want to, you can try to do this yourself and pause the video right now. So guys, did you find the gap? In my opinion, the most obvious gap can be found right here. You can see we have some complete space in between these two candles, right? So here we have a bearish runaway gap. So maybe argue that we have a tiny gap right here. But preferably, when we see these runaway gaps, we don't really want to see very small gaps like right here. We definitely prefer to see larger gaps. The most common way to enter is to enter already at the open of the first candle after the gap. For stop loss, we usually place the stop loss just slightly above the highest point of the gap. So the highest point of the gap is right there, and we place our stop loss just above this point, and we also leave some wiggle room. So if the price goes up to retest the gap, we still have some good chances here to not get stopped out and still be within for your target. You can use a risk to reward ratio, so you can measure the stop loss to the entry point, and a 2 to 1 target would give us a target down here. Alright guys, so now it's time to switch to a very important family of candlesticks. I'm talking about doji and spinning candles. So now let's spend a little bit of time talking about what these candles are and why they are. First of all, doji and spinning top candles are a specific group that we call indecision candles. And indecision candles for some reason in the market, and they can see in the sentiment very soon. And what's common about indecision candles is that these candles typically have small real bodies and long wicks.
Crazy get fucking banged like
the bulls or the bears.
They'll put you on like timeout. It might be
reversals, and they can also be used to provide warning signals. So for example, if you are in a trade, whether you are trading long or short, these doji and spin top candles can give us warning signs that it might be time to actually exit the trade, and so on and so on. So now let's dive a little bit deeper into doji candles. As you can see here on the screen, we have many different types of dojis. They all have different and pretty funny names. But the most important part about the doji candle is that if you take a look at the body of all the dojis here, you can see that the body is, pretty much only a line, which means that the candles open during the candle, it moves up and down, but the candle closes pretty much at the exact same level where it opened. However, it is okay for a doji candle to have a very slight real body, so it might look something like this, but we do want to see the real body either being a complete line or have a very small real body. But let's talk a little bit about the different types of dojis, because depending on where the real body is located, the doji candles can actually be either bullish or bearish. So for the first candle, the candle right here, this is called a classic doji, and this is where the price, during the candle moves up and down, but it goes down here and closes pretty much in the middle of the candle. So the classic doji indicates indecision, or in other words, uncertainty in the market. As for the next candle, the long leg doji, we can see that the real body here has shifted a slight bit up. You can also have a long leg doji where you have the body of the candle down here, for example. What's important to learn here is that the higher up the body is, the more bullish the candle will become, and the lower the body, the more bearish the candle will become. So a long leg doji can be either more bearish or more bullish depending on where you find the body. The next candle is called the dragonfly doji. You can see that this is a case where the real body has been pushed all the way to the highest point of the candle.
On the U.S. Civil Rights Trail podcast, experts take us inside the pivotal events that shape the movement. Listen to the U.S. Civil Rights Trail podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts, because what happened here changed the world.
So let's imagine how the price moved within this candle. You can see that the price opened all the way up here. During the candle, the bears managed to push the price pretty far down, but before the close of the candle, the bulls controlled once again and actually managed to push the price all the way up to the top. So this makes it so that the dragonfly doji is actually considered a bullish candle. However, as with all patterns, it's important where the candle actually appears. So this pattern comes after an uptrend, it doesn't really signal too much. But if you find a dragonfly doji downtrend, in this case, it can actually act as a reversal candle, pretty similar to the hammer. And as you know about the hammer, it indicates a reversal to the upside. The next doji candle, the gravestone doji, is pretty much the opposite of the dragonfly. You can see in this case, it opened all the way up here. The bulls managed to push the price up. Before the close of the candle, the bears took full control once again and managed to push the price down to the opening price. So this right here is a bearish reversal pattern, especially if it comes after an uptrend. The last doji candle is a very weird one. It's you can't see it right now. Let me actually move my camera so you can see the name. The last candle here is called the 4 price doji, and this one is not too important to learn because it's very rare. It's very rare to find these 4 price doji in the markets. But this pattern is basically when the price opens and closes at the same level, and during the candle it doesn't really move at all. So this is one of these candles that definitely signal uncertainty. And often when you see a 4 price doji, they often indicate that this is something we actually don't want to trade. Alright, so now let's take a look at how we can trade using the doji candle. On this particular chart, you can see that we have a downtrend because we printed consecutive lower highs, and we also printed lower lows. And you can see that after this massive bearish, this was a bearish momentum candle appeared, you can actually see that we saw multiple doji candles emerging. And remember that doji candles, at least regular doji candles, signals uncertainty. So if you are in this short trade, or in other words, are betting against the direction of the market, and then you see these multiple doji candles appear, this can actually act as a warning signal, and that you should perhaps at least sell some of your position, or at least, proceed with caution. If you take a close look at the doji candle right here, you can actually see that we had pretty much a dragonfly doji. So if you are in a short trade, this right here is definitely a warning sign. However, it's important to notice here that this is not enough justification for a long position and a reversal trade. It's more like a signal to proceed with caution. As you can see, after these doji candles appeared, the price didn't reverse to the upside, but it also did not continue the downtrend. After the doji candles, we actually entered a trading range. Alright, so last but definitely not least, let's also take a look here at the spinning top candles. And the spinning top candle is very similar to the doji, but the difference here is that for the spinning top candle, we allow for larger real bodies. So you can see that all of these four examples are examples of spinning top candles, and here, compared to the doji candle, we have larger real bodies. With that said, in order to have spinning top candles, we still want the wicks here of the candles to be larger than the real body. So a good rule of thumb here is that you want the wick, both the upper and the lower wick, to be at least bigger than the real body. But now you might wonder, what about if we have a spinning top candle with a very long, for example, lower wick, and a extremely short upper wick? Isn't this right here a spinning top candle? You could consider this a spinning top candle, but if you look closely at this pattern, you will see that this pattern is actually pretty much a hammer instead. So when we have a spinning top candle with either a very short lower wick, these patterns will actually act as, hammer patterns or shooting stars or hanging mans, depending on where the candles appear here on the chart. But what does, all of these candles tell us about the price? Well, once again, they give us a similar meaning as the doji candle, or in other words, they indicate indecision in the market, that neither the bulls or the bears are in control. So if we see, multiple doji candles, we know that we're talking about a pretty uncertain market, and that can act as a signal, either exit your trade, or depending on the context, that can actually act as potential reversals as well. Alright friends, so this long course is actually coming to an end very, very soon. But before we wrap up here, I just want to thank you all so much for watching. If you guys did enjoy this course, please don't hesitate to drop a like on the video. That really helps out more than you think, and I'm super, super thankful for all the support. Also, of course, if you have any questions or feedback about this course, feel free to leave a comment down below. You can also drop a comment down below and tell me, what do you guys want to see in future videos here on the channel? And last but definitely not least, when you are ready to take the next step on your trading journey, I highly recommend that you check out this playlist next. This playlist contains all the educational trading courses I have made so far on the channel, and more videos are coming very, very soon. So yeah guys, I hope you all will have an amazing day, and I hope I will see you guys in another video very soon. But for now guys, take care. Ciao, ciao.
Shut down.
Mandatory. That's the airship.
Dominating.
Amazing. Bunny school. Bunny.
Your team has destroyed.
Remember that individual stocks are making awesome that makes quite stick. Awesome demons of the British club. But your speed stock different. Never anything. If you take it. From my school. Let's see if it was last. No. How is she?
An enemy has been slain.
Stop. No.
An enemy has been slain.
I need more minutes. It's big boy. Find out.
Destroyed.
Thank you. Anyway. Show you how to read a comic strip. Give you that also something is run his balls and you see anything but they're probably doing because now they're not expecting individuals being more armless with their balls. It's not just the Amazon, it's balls anymore. Folks, for a lot of things analysts need to know to come up with it. You need to have it there in the shadows. But don't be scared.
Has destroyed a turret.
Not just the company, but not the effort. The dungeon, see us, still see everyone's rosy. Hey, look, touch down, oh, it's adventure fall. I mean, not down. Not the block of media parts. Chicken hit your eyes.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
You know everything about all the different things more poorly. It's hard. It's what we develop why. I can make fun. How do you grade yourself? Something.
Your team has destroyed.
Now, explain why that is, and even other stuff. Next. Not looking on just one that came, but two urban and urban. Orange stop going. Like I said, there's always more, so my comments about it. You made money off your river. See, what it? See that?
I sense worthy prey.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Charged.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. An enemy has been slain. Rampage. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
They'll never see me.
Shut down. Legendary. Your team has destroyed a turret. Dominating. Godlike. Shut down. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Trying to convince. So we then going back to the back. Not WW3.
An enemy has been slain. Triple kill. Pentakill.
Got freed by the major. But unfortunately, our
Here's my idea. Sure, because it says it's a wonderful system for allocating in most efficient manner.
And they got ain't lost the bag yet. Not good. I don't think they're people, bro.
That's, I think,
I think we're playing some box or something, dude.
Was something that was much more for history, and then I think that I can kind of maybe out about their hard thing. I they slavery, they did study class, and yet now idea and virtue. So finding that society that is can flourish.
What's happening? So, and you know what? But so no, I've been advising for a second. If you guys have covenants of the United States, represented in terms of what entanglements, if the backbone, political American correspondent, especially in the legislature into the larger debate. There we go, dog. I think I just figured it out. Nigga, I'm gonna fucking play it again. Boston, I'm gonna do it. The game, not Boston. You've been playing everything. I don't know what I'm playing. Not playing videos. Oh, already said he's not certain they'll be able to get into that. So, with affairs, we know the relation. Melania, which is, I don't think, that ideal. You might have been a bust. Hey, boss. And the boy out here playing boss. He was getting to it. Think that can't. Well, no, that making you the California. It seems that starting things. We're playing shit. I knew that you could get in there easily. Now he says I did. More time you should. Damn, going to this guy and move over these things, man. Like, these people nice to be out of here. Something for a game, and you should be very down.
Going to try this out.
Other products. Which is why name Sarah the consistency out to an airport down in West Palm Beach in an air train. Stigmas. Boy, ain't gonna be people, bro. I'm not gonna kill them. That motherfucker. They can just
if it's worth shooting once, it's probably worth shooting once.
I'm gonna bust him down. Teammate got greedy, he mad. He mad I'm getting killed, man. He thought losing his fucking mind.
Correct. It's too much. Oh. It'll work.
Let's get him ready.
Oh, both of you niggas.
Target freaking annihilated.
An ally has been slain.
Who wants some? You want some? Come on. Boomer says hi. I got you covered.
I'm just
An enemy has been slain.
I can eyeball it. Woo!
An ally has been slain.
fine.
Leave it to me.
I
got this one.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Nigga didn't shut me down. My stupid ass fucking teammate, bro. Try to be mad sometimes, bro. You motherfucker, I'm gonna teach. Fucking shut me down.
Back to the action.
If I got a teammate fucking they not for this.
process from and can say not well to the industry.
Easy peasy.
Awesome. It's just Bernie Sanders, good book.
War stories don't write themselves.
Might not fun. Hero, well, that's a military.
Nobody cares about how you feel though.
We've got this.
An enemy has been slain.
Light him up.
Shut down.
More where that came from. Things are heating up.
Hey, bro, this nigga, he got me killed last time. Fuck that nigga. Not you.
The deal for
An enemy has been slain.
I'm going in.
That's so fun. Oh.
Gunpowder won't fix.
Bible baby.
Ready, aim, fire.
You have slain an enemy.
Hello, Walter. They put his ass down. Walk him down.
Of dollars over 7 years. Same as it is today. Guys, this as you have to survive despite all the economic
Oh, that looks cool.
place economic sanctions on Cuba after 77 years ago. It still remains a communist country now. Sanctions against Iran. Now we escalating even more economic sanctions. Still fighting it.
Get in there.
I'm saying it's against Russia. Still profiting. I did gasoline didn't rise too high in the United States. Well, I think that symbolically have a role to play. I can
An ally has been slain.
hunt them down.
Hunter never turns unless it's to taunt you.
Please.
Now we're cooking.
What does that got to do with you, nigga? Can't people say that shit. Fucking making money and they asking questions. Like, how do you feel about that? And it's okay, let's do it. I'm like,
Falling back.
For, various things. Big problem. They're gonna have to figure out, especially this prediction market, because this is so wild with obvious fraud stuff. It's somebody that regulatory legally.
Where's the action?
Oh, they care about nothing. Thank you, right.
You can't look at it. Per point.
From King Jimmy Bridge.
Direct hit.
Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Get in your chance, nigga. That's your fault. The fuck that we start giving a damn about another nigga motherfucking problem. Hey, I got a Kojo Nambi looking ass nigga, Kojo looking at Kojo Nambi. Is this nigga Kojo? Hey.
Bring on the bad guys.
Kojo Nambi looking ass nigga. It's perfect.
Winners don't duck. Now we're cooking. Boomer says hi. Your turret has been destroyed. Wanna see the fireworks? Hi there. Back to base.
Repeat to this move.
An ally has been
Get on there, bro.
Do you sell earplugs too? Rampage. You don't hurt him if you don't hit him.
That nigga looking like me up. Like, yeah, bro.
How can I call it? Double time. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed.
Please.
Where's a helmet?
Needs to move also cover.
Dominating. Shut down. More where that came from. An enemy has been slain. Really? Your turret has been destroyed. I want some. You want some? Come on. Woo! Blast off! Stuck 'em. Fire at will!
millions that are dealing falling. I've represented them and ready to help. See,
An enemy has been slain.
I just need a point in the right direction.
To make fire.
Just passing through. I got this one. Hands off. You're now.
Miles.
Time for some rearm and redeploy. Let's see if this makes it through the first explosion.
Killing spree.
Okay. He said $100 you've been a see, a card. It's my lifeline. Shield helps customers get covered repairs paid. Basic.
War stories don't write themselves. Cannon fodder.
Or even motherfuckers starting to carry.
We've got this.
From those rising right? So simple.
Falling back.
Straight. Jordan. Up.
Rampage.
Cheers.
Maybe we should
Thank you.
shoot faster.
Oh, touch yourself, it lies in the grapes.
Line him up. Look out below. Things are heating up. Now we're cooking.
Buys for over a decade now. These features have been more drastic and all to get your free quote now. Still not.
Let's get this party started.
I'm ready. Look right. But so we can have a working game. The word. I'm sure. I'll be.
Latrine duty. Nothing like overkill.
Enemy has been slain.
Walking tall.
Unstoppable.
Let's go to the wall.
What you want to? What you trying to bang? You want to bang nigga?
More where that came from. Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix. Time for some rearm and redeploy. Is this blast proof? An enemy has been slain.
Find him. There.
I might.
Oh, that's it.
Everybody's eating.
Aim, fire.
Fancy.
Here comes the food. Your team has destroyed a turret.
That's right.
Check the kick on this
Can you do baby? Do it, nigga. My work. They cut all across the country. Let's take a look at some recent claims that have been paid.
Russian customer for over $7,000.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree. Double kill. If it's worth shooting once, it's probably worth shooting a lot. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Hey, where'd you go? Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. Unstoppable. Double kill. Sometimes outnumbered,
That's
never
right.
outgunned. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Easy peasy.
For a sec.
It's small. The game. The game, boy. I mean, I don't know. You know where I keep it. Big long stone. One stone. I do like one team movies. And I went, man, come on now, I'm Snowballs. I'm Snowballs.
With affordable month-to-month plans and
Man, he ain't let me die. He was 7 and 10. So, I would say my power repairs so much more. Oh, look what anime last night, niggas went through. You want to put a hands on shit.
putting yourself at risk of paying for major vehicle repairs. Don't wait until it's too late. Call CarShield before a breakdown and get your free, no obligation quote now. That's critical. Provide what you I'm going to take it. All right. I think it's a engine repair dollars and transmission could be up to 8.
Archo helped me save over 2,000, but
that and unexpected expenses and more could be avoided. Archo now. Connected with Archo 800 421 5493. 800
how Archo works. I'm just a house. The same skills, but yeah, it's very fun. To get skill with all.
Are you prepared to pay when your check engine light comes on? If you're planning without a warranty, pick up or don't risk having to pay out of pocket for expensive repairs. As through CarShield, protect major parts and systems in your vehicle. Oh no, thousands the next time you need to cover repair. CarShield, you can find here in your dashboard. Take with complete confidence, knowing the plan you'll keep coast-to-coast coverage that includes access to the CarShield's nationwide network of licensed technicians, as well as 24/7 emergency roadside services. Unquarterable plan. Today, because I'll let people know what I've been through. Everything's smooth, both by the back. I love it. I don't know what I'll be without it. I've been a CarShield customer for 15 years, and I saved over $50,000. It's kind of money CarShield means a lot because my daughter starts college next week, and that money I'm using it. If one of my trucks goes down, CarShield will take care of it. They'll give me a rental that includes package. Related to a shop, it's been very hassle-free with CarShield. Once I mentioned that CarShield, they make me a priority. I call them. I my truck, they told me for like 2 weeks behind. I took it in, they saw that and I caught it. It's like working on it right away. I had to make content because of what it's done for me. They put my life that he's searching with my son, trying to drive now. When something happened, I should have told me that. I said to my friends and family because it takes me, my family, about it. The family we were taking road trips. So we got you, no worries. I had my motor replaced, transmission replaced, many other things that I feel I've just done. I file a lot of things that I feel I've never done up. That helped me more than just credit card. He also helped me with towing and car rental. Credit cards are very expensive, so with car sale, that's something I have to worry about. If you drive a car, I don't want to see you go push your thing. It's a paquete completo para carro. So easy to put. Amen. The joke answers. I'll go down, I fly here. Okay, go. Break. It was a pretty whole car a breakdown. Self and stuff. Or there, Jay. Touch it yourself if it's expensive. Welcome. Fuck it. Something that makes sense.
Out our car, we're not getting our kids to their classes, we're not getting to work.
Or stop working. Well, that's not how to work in your part.
I'm joined by Mario and Courtney Lopez, who recently had a series of talk about one of them.
It seems
Different about cars and how are they different from when you were working on cars as a kid?
say you don't make it like they perfectly dominant to make it more complicated. So many things that go wrong here. Car repairs are so expensive these days because of the technology. They each and every the equipment to repair vehicles a lot more comprehensive. You use that equipment as well.
What is going to
I'm hosting essentially the whole day. Our cars, millions now that are the same way, and have one less thing to worry about. But it's such a lesson.
trains and no other company protects drivers like Car Shield. All you have to do is pull Car Shield now.
I need to make sure that I want to to in Arizona State, doing that action, Oxy. Definitely. I have experience working with chips in firsthand, but I mean, that's not fun. You're going to live there. Our shield really puts on my needs. Very good transportation, if you're down, roadside assistance, all those items for low monthly payment might be value. Our shield customer RPD. Typically, you start to see things go wrong. April, and I wanted to make sure she had something. There was something that came up. I didn't know. It's a deal that we didn't find for. So, in the protection that Car Shield offers, really was no brainer for us. Car Shield saved my family almost $1,700. Favorite visit. Shield was and push that's what took care of. Contacting Car Shield. I know my car's does. If you're driving a vehicle around, let's get somebody's down. Oh, Car Shield yet? Oh, helps customers get covered repairs paid. Let's face it, with the financial burden of a breakdown, from Car Shield help for up to $5,000 assistance in your vehicle.
This car shield helps save you money on all covered repairs, but assisted car shield is convenient for trusted and mechanics, knowing you're ready to drive. Every plan comes with 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country. Going help lockouts, dead batteries, fuel services, or even with the car. The piece of driving to protect great cars out of warranty. On the risk of driving the car without coverage. Car Shield now and find out for yourself what makes them America's most trusted auto protection company. For your free quote, investments.
Other time, many lessons. Don't pay price for car repairs is one of them. But I would choose to follow back to open practice at the repair shop for one low rate. No longer be able to get fixed on these modern cars. Driving without car shield, you can get your out of warranty, then it's only a matter of time to work. It's paying out of pocket now.
Car Shield helps thousands of drivers save money on car repairs all across the country. Just look at some recent claims that have been paid. $700.
Administrators help me save $900.
It's $8,000 something. That money towards my 11 brain shield. It's over $13,000. Thousands of drivers save money every find any pound of car. But you can see.
Oh, boy, working on these niggas. Want to know why when I fucking they fucking made me cut the character they want? I want to pick the character I want.
Fortune provides for word is free. I don't have a vehicle. With God, we know the cars are going to fail at some point. Not successful. Oh, I don't have money to repair my automobile. I was slow. That's it. Seamless. Working with those affected me. I want to be a partial customer my life. I've been in this thing for a long time. And with older vehicles, more likely chance that it's going to break down. When it breaks down, having actually been a car shield to help save money. Years, car shield has saved our customers thousands of dollars, which allows us to keep our vehicle safe and down the road. Smoothly achieving on 5-stage budget. You walk down here and there, can't afford all the problems in your vehicle. Gotta get you in your bullet. Choose though to help you. The bullet key lights. Gotta do a good job. Be sure it's raining out the door. Be sure you flush. The channel. It's perfect. Just come back.
Starting us on the breakdown.
Yes. Drivers who call car shield. How driving an out-of-warranty car, you're yourself at risk of paying your vehicle repairs. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Car Shield before a breakdown. Expert. Stay.
providing with protection from cars or the skyline. This is more good wait. Topics. Nice game. I'm very happy with the process. Stoppable. Last weekend, yes, he has to pick up exactly where she left off. Expected to blink. Oh. I was 12 at the minute. I think that a lot of opportunity for these players, not the strongest skills. Reshuffle your way up, getting some more advanced season. Don't see it very often. That's usually a little bit source to those people. That's because I'm small ranks first. I think
that motherfucker don't have a little drink.
Just a little bit. I don't even. Fine.
I see.
$17. Check in. Stand out and 8. That's back left. If you have nice tissue, anything like this, but like I said, anything is anything like that. Sport. At 62, see 15 green there, right in the forefront. Oh, here's what's ahead. The next hole here. How's this hole set up? It's particularly for Florida. It's a very tricky hole, I think. You know, hitting it tough. It gets very narrow up there, and it kind of dogs out to the right. 26% of the field here today. Level with opacity. All skinny green. They sell yards. And to win a major in the very next start.
What the fuck is a priority position?
Do you gotta just talk to Big Power and the worst is terrible?
You must select at least one priority position. I did cook my priorities.
Saying, you know, it's so saying back. She won 7 times.
See, dog, this is what's wrong with these games, bro.
Deliver it back.
Oh. Okay.
All I'm caring about.
What the fuck does that mean, priority position? A nigga gonna go where he wanna go, bro. That's what's wrong with these games, bro. They fucking goddamn trying to tell you what the hell I'm gonna do. Don't tell me what I'm gonna do. What is the priority position? What kind of shit is this, bro? Nigga just trying to fight people, bro. They got niggas talking about some priority positions. What the fuck? 2 different positions. One must be a priority position.
I want to see that.
How do I do the priority for it? Oh, I see. Nigga, I'm not going to beat them with that. Nigga, what's wrong with these niggas? I'm gonna go bottom anyway, bro. You're not gonna tell me where to go, bro. I'm just gonna tell you that. I'm gonna tell you that right now, bro. I'm telling you that right now. I'm about to put 1 practice match with her and shit, and then I'm going to do whatever. I'm gonna go where I wanna go, and I'm gonna do what I wanna do when I wanna motherfucking do it.
The biggest charge of those back.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what else to tell you.
In this free video course, I'm going to show you
niggas, when practice, they think somebody daddy, bro. You
stocks, cryptocurrencies,
are not my dad.
Or any other financial market. And my goal is
You're not my daddy, but there ain't no rules when you got a nigga playing around with a box. Playing against books for 30 seconds.
I will also talk about things that other YouTubers don't share or hide behind paywalls. Alright, so first of all,
guess what happened?
Is this course for? This course is for either a beginner or if you are
Alright, can we transfer?
Thank you, City of Chicago.
This course
Nobody cares about
and
then someone said to me, Orlando, is there a way that you can do a video
you will be able to follow along step by step. But also, this course will be long and comprehensive.
And I said,
so
you know
even if you
what?
are
I've done a lot of those videos, but you know what?
I'm sure you will
I'm
learn
gonna give you an
such
update
as
just
more
for
advanced
you.
trading strategies and more advanced techniques. And as I mentioned in the intro,
So you want to make sure that you watch this video all the way through because this will tell you what I view and what a lot of people won't even tell when it comes to refinance.
If you are scalping or if you are this course is for all types. However, some patterns are a little bit more short-term, while some patterns are more suitable for the long run. But don't worry, we'll talk about it. And this course is for you that want to be and in order to be consistently profitable, you need to be ready to dedicate time and
I have a
effort.
newsletter, guys.
You need to dedicate time, like for example, watching this course, but you also need to dedicate effort. So it's not enough to just watch this video. You also need to practice what you learn
what's going on in the world when it comes to prices, real estate, housing market, anything that is going on finance-wise. I give it to you in money.
Yeah, bro, these are not real people, bro.
Commercial or investment properties.
And type.
I've been a
and we
learner
will
for almost
talk all about
20
that
years.
and why it's so
And I can
important.
assist you with that.
But
That
here,
information
this
is in the
very
pinned
we will
comment
cover
and
both
the
the
description.
logic and
Let's get right to
psychology
it. Orlando,
behind
how do
these
you
chart
feel about
patterns.
refinancing?
Many videos
How
out
do you
there
feel
will
about
teach you
people
how to
waiting
identify
and
chart patterns,
waiting
but
and
it is at
salivating
least as
at
important
interest
to
rates?
understand the why.
thing
So
is
for
this.
example, why does a certain
Tell
chart
me you
pattern
didn't buy
lead to the
right
price
without
going
telling
up,
me you didn't
and why does a certain chart
If you
pattern
click this ad
lead to the
right
price
here,
going
I'll
down?
teach you a little
If we
known
can
trick for
understand the
finding
why,
low
we can
price
use
stocks
our
on the
chart
verge
patterns
of moving
in a
higher.
broader
It all
context.
starts with this
And this is
little
how
blue
you
arrow
really will
you can
become
see
a
right
better
here.
trader.
What
And
you're
during this
looking
course,
at is
we
a
will of
real-time
course
buy
talk
signal
about
for
the
stock ticker
advantages of chart patterns.
KALA.
Short patterns
Not
can
only
be
is this
amazing,
arrow telling
but
us
what's
it is
very
an
important, we
optimal
also
time to
have
buy the
talk
stock, but
about
also
the
that it is
limitations
likely to
of
make a
chart
move
patterns.
higher. And
For
in this
example,
case,
during
you
this
can
video,
see
I will
how the
share
stock
with you
rallied
guys
from
some
$10
chart
per
patterns
share
that many
to
traders say
$17
well,
in
about
about
can actually
4
be
hours.
traps
Now, as
leading to
crazy as that
losses,
is, it
especially
happens
for
way more
beginner
than most traders
So
realize.
make sure to pay
if
extra
you want to see
attention
how
to
me
these
and
patterns.
countless
So now
new
I want to
traders
share
are using these
some
blue arrows
important
to jump
sort
in
of tips
and
and
out
tricks
a
that
really
you
low
can
price
use
stock,
during the course
click this
to learn
link
and
here.
improve
I just
much
uploaded a
faster.
free training
And
video where I'll show you
first
how to
tip
use
here
it
is
to find
that
each
if you
stock
are a beginner,
on the verge
I
of
recommend
making
to
what
watch
can
the
be a
chapters
move higher. This
As I
last
already
week we saw
mentioned,
buy
I've
signals
built
on
this
Green
course
Central,
in a
C3
step-by-step
AI,
manner.
and
So if you are a
Blueprint
beginner, I
Medicine,
really
and a
recommend
handful of
that you
others.
watch the
So
chapters
even while
in
many of
order.
the
And
big
for more
stocks are still
advanced
underwater, there are literally dozens of low-priced opportunities just like these happening every week. So if the idea of finding cheap stocks, wanting to break higher sounds exciting, just click this link right here, and when you do, I'll show you exactly how these arrows work and why they've been so effective in today's market. I'll also share a handful of stocks that are flashing these little arrows right now, free of charge. Now, my name is Lance Sapolito, and before I became a stay-at-home trader, I worked for a private hedge fund where I actively traded $30 million on behalf of private clients. And even after some of the most high-tech and advanced trading software on the planet,
and one thing that I personally really like about
in my opinion, they are the absolute best trading tool for anyone just getting started in the stock market. So, if you're brand new to trading or you have had issues in the past, I get it. Trading and investing can be hard,
until you really
we've designed these arrows to take the hardest elements of trading and distill them into clear buy and sell signals based on the real reason stocks move. Meaning, you don't have to be a trading expert. You don't have to know candlestick patterns, and you don't need to know anything about technical analysis. As long as you can spot these little blue arrows on your chart, you'll have everything you need to help you find really strong opportunities at a very low cost. So go ahead, click here, and I'll see you inside the trading course.
Talking about how to classify the chart patterns. Every single chart pattern has both a direction and
you can go from zero to a complete site in just a single prompt with Wix Harmony. I don't know if it's going to be possible. Where vibe coding meets drag and drop freedom. We'll see about that. All right, let me try to make up a site to sell some like theoretical Sambucha kombucha. Make me a site about Sambucha kombucha. Make it look nice and pretty and highlighting the products. Refine my prompt. Okay, let's do that. All right, that's so much better. All right, generate my site. So now Arya, my AI assistant, is planning things out a bit, so I'm going to let it cook. Okay, just finishing the build, and wow,
not every single
I typed in like the dumbest prompts, and then I refined it, then I generated the site. Now I have an actual website. Oh, and I like how I have full customization. Like, look at this, I can just change the text, I can change the corners, the formatting, the menu, or I could ask Arya. I really like this hybrid approach where AI does like the bulk of the speed work at the beginning, and then I have the control to customize it at the end. It blends vibe coding, agentic AI, and drag and drop all into one end. Hi, here I am in the center, just making any adjustments I want. So with Wix Harmony, you get flawless functionality, total security, and lightning speed from the get-go. Behind the scenes, Wix is handling all security and site management, so you can just focus on optimizing your website. So go ahead and make a website today.
Two different types of reversals. The first reversal is the bullish reversal. And for the bullish reversal, before the pattern appears, we have the price going down. Then the pattern appears. This circle right here is the chart pattern.
Price matters more than interest rate.
A
lot of people are salivating. The reason why they are salivating and they can't wait till interest rates go from a 5 to a 3 is because they didn't buy it.
And then after the pattern,
that's right.
But we also
didn't buy right. The payment is killing them. Not only did they not know what the lady in the first clip did,
and this means that before the pattern appears, the price is going up. Then the chart pattern appears.
She didn't know that she bought a new build and that these real estate agents, they're not going to tell you anything because they want commission. They don't care that your escrow is going to go up $2,000 in the next year when it gets reassessed. They don't care to tell you that. You know why? Because if they told you that, would you buy the house?
Continues to go down. But we also
would you have bought that house if they would have said, hey, next year you're going to be paying $2,000 more on your mortgage? You would have said, well, I can't afford this.
Because these patterns will not have
now, the only thing that you can change is interest rates. You're hoping and praying that, man, these interest rates, I just need them to go down 2%. I need them to go down 2%. Well, what if I told you?
And now you may wonder,
what if I told you? What if I told you?
Well, when it comes to trading, it's
because at the end of the day, you do know you're going to get ate up on insurance and taxes. As it goes up, it's going to eat up and you're going to be right
so I would highly recommend that you don't skip over
I forgot to tell you. Not only that,
So yeah, as I just said, these are chart patterns that I avoid at all costs. So let's put what we learned here together and take a look at some chart patterns.
No, nobody's talking about the interest that you're getting. You've been living in the same house 45 years. Then you paid $10,000 worth of fees. You know when you close on the loan, you're gonna have to pay those over.
So this is where the price
so
goes
you're
down,
giving
the pattern, and then the
matter of fact, let me stop myself. Let me stop myself. Let's see what people have found out. Once they start reading the mortgage
the pattern appears, and then the price continues to go down.
I didn't know
Yet
why,
another
so I
example could be a bearish reversal.
and they said
This
that
case is that the
nationwide
price
insurance
goes up
rates
before
have
the pattern,
skyrocketed.
then the
Everything
pattern
was
appears,
reassessed, and it made my
then the price
entire
goes down.
payment go
So
up.
now, guys, we are finally
So then I
ready to
realized how
start
I wasn't really
exploring
looking
the
at
chart
the bill.
patterns. And for every single
So I
chart
decided to
pattern,
take a look
we
at
will
it, and this is what I saw.
how to
This
identify
is
the
my
pattern
outstanding
and
balance
how the
and
pattern
my interest rate.
looks
I bought this home in 2019, hence the lower interest
every
rate.
single pattern
And then
is to
I
take a
look
look
here.
at real life
And it dawns on me,
examples
look at what I'm
and
paying
strategies.
in taxes and everything.
We will also take a
So
look
I'm
at how to
paying
find
this
the
amount every
pattern,
month.
but even more
This
importantly,
is
we
all
will also
going
take a look
towards
at
the
how to
principal
trade
payments.
the pattern.
And this is
All
why
right, so I think a
I
great pattern
realized
to
each
start
day
off with
how
is
important it
the
is to
double
understand
bottom pattern.
interest,
This right here
compound
is
interest,
a
amortization
bullish reversal
schedules when
pattern,
you buy
which
your
means
home.
that the price is going down before the pattern appears, and the goal with this pattern is to reverse the price to the upside.
They could just
So to avoid the double bottom, you first need to identify a downtrend. This is
That's what interest feels like to me.
both lower highs
And
and also
I am forcing
lower
myself
lows.
to look at
After the move
things
towards the
more
downside,
now.
what you're looking out for here is
It's
two
just
lows,
sickening.
which are at
Just the design
around
of
the
how
same
things
level.
are.
These
And I
two lows
understand
doesn't
that
have
this
to
is
be
borrowed
on the
money,
exact
and
same
somebody's
level,
got to make money
but
off
they
the money
should
I'm
be
borrowing. I understand
roughly
that,
at
but I
the
still
same
hate it.
price.
See how that
What we
works?
usually do here is
The
that we
reason why
drag
she's
a
speechless
horizontal
is
line
because
between
she's
the two
just
lows,
finding
and we
out
also want to draw
how
a horizontal line
lows
connecting the high here
And this is most
between the two low
This
points.
is most
This
people.
move right here,
They
the
have no
first
idea
move
how
down
their mortgage
after the
works.
pattern has appeared is
They have
also
no idea
significant.
about
So now
escrow
let's
other
take a
than
look
its
at how do we
insurance
trade
and
this
taxes.
pattern. Well, first
They
of all,
have
you
no
can see that this is
idea
double
that
bottom
both of
because
those
we had
things
a
will
move
continue
towards
to
the
go up.
downside.
They have no
We saw
idea that
one
how a
and two
mortgage
lows at the
works
same
when it comes to
level, and then a
amortization.
reversal towards
That
the
you
upside.
always-
The most common entry point is to enter on the candle that breaks above the line defined by the high in between these two low points. However,
The
I
bank
actually
will
have
always
another
make
entry
sure
point
that they're
I
going to make their money.
personally prefer
Now,
many
I've
times.
said this before,
But first, take a look at
let
the
me
strategy
say it
for
again.
entering
Why do
the
you
breakdown.
think that is?
So your entry
Because
would
they
be
know.
where this
They know
candlestick
people are
close.
interest rate
So at
hunting.
the high of the close. If you enter at that point,
When you're traveling with 3 kids and pretty much everything they own,
just below the lowest
it matters where you stay.
of the double bottom. And if you don't know, the
Stop
stop loss
loss
is
stay
where
now.
you will automatically sell
Tilted
if
for
the
the
price
stay.
goes down to this point. As for your target level,
Please
what I
see
usually
important
recommend
safety
here
information
is to
and
target
indication
a
at
risk
402.
to reward ratio of 1 to 2 or more. And what I mean with this is that the distance from your entry point to your target should be more than twice as long as
The
your
fear of
distance
epilepsy is the
down here
unknown.
to your stop loss, which would
Nothing's
make your
getting better,
profit target
and you think
around
this is my new
here.
norm.
So that is one simple strategy.
I don't want
However,
that to be my new
another
norm. I
strategy
didn't want
that I
that to define
personally
who I
really
was.
like is to enter at the candle
Shannon,
that just
44
slightly
years
dips
old.
below
I live
the
in
low
Alexandria,
created
Louisiana.
by the first
Been dealing with
low.
epilepsy for
What you
9
can then do is that you can enter on
I'm a
the
family
candle
man.
close of
I
that
enjoy
move.
time with my
And one
kids.
thing to notice
You have
is
to be in
that
your
you will
children's
not
life to be able
always
to
see
raise
the
them
price
right.
dip below
We like
the line
to
created
hang out
by
here
this
at the
point.
house
Many
and,
times the
go in
price
town
will
and
reverse
have a nice meal
just
every night.
slightly above, and then this is not
Work at the
as good of a
airport
strategy.
as a
But
terminal
when the price
superintendent.
wicks
I'm
below
outside, I'm talking
this
to
line right
passengers
here,
on the
I
planes.
personally
I'm a
like this
very
type of
social
entry.
guy.
For this type of entry, I
My
would
first
also place my stop loss just
epilepsy, I
below
honestly
the
don't
lowest
know
point
anything
of
about.
that
I was
candle,
having these
and using a risk to reward ratio
spells, I
of
guess you
2,
would call that
perhaps our
work.
profit target
I
would be
wasn't
here.
recognizing
So this right here is a
until
much
I
quicker
was actually in an
strategy.
accident.
Our goal here is to get
That's when I
in
decided
and
to go
out
get checked
quickly
out.
and make some quick profit.
So I go to the
Another
first
potential
neurologist.
entry is that many times after the price breaks this
so I couldn't really give them any details.
the price will
there were no tests run.
So
it was almost like he was doubting in his mind what I was feeling.
Pullback. However, in
took the
this
advice
example,
of
the
some
price
friends and reached out to
level
another doctor.
and never looked
Finally
back.
got down to
But
the
many times you will
root of
see
the
a
problem,
pullback,
or
and that
my
can also be
fatigue and
aggressive.
stress
I will talk about that entry very soon when we talk about the double
you get
top
diagnosed
strategy.
with epilepsy,
And you may
of course,
wonder
you
what
can't
is the
drive.
psychology
So
behind the double bottom.
one of my
Well, it's pretty
coworkers
simple.
to pick me up.
For the pattern up here,
Kind of
we
takes
have
away
a
that
double
freedom
bottom.
of what you're.
When we see a low,
Once I started realizing that you could feel the auras come on,
this high right
you
here,
knew the guys
the
at work had
downtrend
seen you
is
do things
terminated,
that you
and that
didn't
is where the
recognize.
buying opportunity
It was a sense of embarrassment. The
Now,
unknowns
guys, we
that
are
were
ready
that
to
were the
take a
worst
look
part.
at double
My kids
top
seeing me have a
pattern.
seizure is
And later, when we take a look at the double top strategy, we will look at the entry type I talked about earlier in the course. But first, let's take a look at how we identify the double top. So as always, the first thing we want to do is that we want to look at the direction and the type. So in this case, we have a bearish movement. So for the pattern of use, we want to see you can go up. Then this red part right here is the actual pattern. After the pattern, we want to look at the price to get down. And compared to the double bottom, I made this example a bit more messy. That is, in the trade market, you will seldom have perfect looking pattern.
First thought
Most of
was,
the times,
this is another drug we're going to add
this
that's not
a little bit more
I wanted
messy.
to get off of one
But the
of the
same
medications
principle
just from
here
the side
applies.
effects.
So for the double top,
At the level that I
price
was
is
having my
higher.
episodes,
But then
they couldn't
at
really
one
take
point,
me off of any
we
of my
find the two
medications.
tops here
So after
at
deciding to go with
around
Texcoco
same
for
level, indicating that the price is struggling to push higher. What we usually do here is to drag a line here in between the two highs.
I think it's very
and what I want to show you guys with this example is that sometimes the price will push quickly above the high before the reverse.
Having a good
And what you also
doctor
can see
getting
here
someone
is
who
that
cares
in
about
real
you
markets,
really
we will
takes a lot of
sometimes
stress out
have
of
sort of
what you're doing.
minor
Have a
lows
good support
in
system,
between
that
the
just makes it
highs.
that much
So it's
easier
important
to
that you drag your
maintain what
other
you go through on a day-to-day.
line at the lowest
As a
low
man, you know,
in
we don't
between
share our
the highs
feelings
here.
often.
So now
But there
let's
are
take a
times
look
that
at
I
this
probably should have reached out
pattern
before I
in
did.
action in
Talk to your doctor.
market.
Don't be
So you can
afraid
see in
to
this
ask.
example,
Don't be
we had
afraid
the
to try
price
different
pushing up,
medication
we got
because
reacted
Texcoco
one
makes
time,
it work for
and
me.
then it got reacted one time again. This was actually almost like a triple top, so we almost had three small reactions here. And when we talked about the double bottom, we already mentioned this type of entry.
Important safety information and indication for Xcopri, cenobamate tablets, CV. Do not take Xcopri if you are allergic to cenobamate or any of the other ingredients in Xcopri. Have a genetic problem called familial short QT syndrome that affects the electrical system of the heart. Xcopri can cause serious side effects, including allergic reactions. Xcopri can cause serious or life-threatening skin rash or other serious allergic reactions, which may
But an excellent
And if
entry
people
point
are
can actually
interest
be
rate
to wait
hunting,
for the
that
price
means that they
to
will
push
normally
back,
refinance
in other words,
within
move
that
against the
100%
direction
interest
of the
term,
breakout
which is
move,
normally
and then enter
within the first
at the
10 to
pullback.
15 years
so in
of
this
your
case,
loan.
The entry
Are you going to
would be
refinance in the
right
first 10 to 15
and
years
to
of
make
your
this
loan?
example more clear, let
So
me actually
you
show you
don't
guys how
buy
this would
birdie
look like
and
in a
throw it
textbook.
away.
So in a textbook, let's say we have a
$150,000
clear,
that you already
very
given
super
the
clear double top like
And
this.
you're going to give
And in a textbook, the
$150,000
pattern
away
will usually look
to get
like
down
this,
to
right?
2%.
You will see the price
And
going
then
up to the
repay
exact same
closing
point
cost
and
fees.
test the previous support as resistance.
Makes sense.
But you can
Makes
see
sense.
that in real markets, many times, like it did right here,
The interest rate is killing you. I think this is a great time for Orlando
and
University.
this is super common, and this is why you should not be too focused on these sort of perfect patterns that you see in textbooks. It's fine to see the price pushing above this middle line, but what we
The German is telling Jeff today for an expert battle. But I want to very European. I worked in some of the educational programs. What are you doing that?
I need my response sounds this book. After well, the video cooking. And in the United States, put 16 and stuff. Make no mistake. I mean, no. I've been to find my comfortable Mexican food. I'm excited to be blessed too. This is what makes you do things like owner of a Easter Harlem. Owner style is unique to me. Ethiopian engineering. It's through. I just put it. And then down. Iron shaft. Unbeatable too. I can just kitchen. Interpretation back in time. And culinary. Not all the secret ingredients at least. This is it. I will bestow my name at home. I is I. Just 16.
The wild calls. I answer.
Iron Chef. And the scale of the chef because it's not like putting a big river. Oh. It's well, the baby pigeons. So we should, I see a beast up there, and I think that we even got turkeys.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Minions have spawned.
Oh, person. People in this kitchen, let's say hello. Ladies of judging, you Tomid. Justin Willie.
First blood.
I got up as honestly. Smaller than that.
I delight in this silence. Quiet before the hunt.
side, I imagine where you see very heavy French picnic. Benefiting I'm hearing Nikki see that the cameras on whale, she is still on out.
I will always be your cub.
Keep it training.
This land will be the grave of all who trespass. How would you prefer to die? By spear or by claw?
I would say.
Enemy has been slain. Guide me, Pack Sisters, as I once guided you.
I see you can.
Double kill.
What would you need here to grind your strikes with?
An enemy has been slain.
Arcane.
It's in the enemy matrix.
The tackle fighter looking down at the national legal time.
An enemy has been slain.
Not get first move. God, oh my God.
Everything has, I believe, some liver.
Remaining on that's pocket, right?
Time to spread my wings. An enemy has been slain. Life circles on.
In the method of cooking meat and fat.
Famine and drought kill predator and prey alike.
Where that highlight those. Islands also, the south of Mexico.
Killing spree. I am the killing spree. Double kill.
Interesting being added to that.
An enemy has been slain. My tribe calls itself the Paka. Only foreign prey for a Rampage.
All right.
Yes, bleed. Down. My family is my strength. Unstoppable. This trap is set.
I'm bored.
An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. My prey now. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Actually, Taki are over there.
An enemy has been slain.
Prowling on two legs felt strange once.
It's compromised flavor. Any other steps?
The sky is
Your team has destroyed a turret.
ever faithful and protective. I have led my tribe for generations. As I am. I pay no attention to the affairs of men until they make me their enemy.
Rampage. Dominating. Enemy has been slain. Down. Fresh meat.
The jungle never sleeps.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Leave now!
Godlike.
He fucking moved to leap. You used to get fucking leap around with it.
My prey still lives, but I have not lost its scent.
Taki.
Unstoppable.
I am pack mother, sister,
Your
daughter.
team has
I have
destroyed
no
a
need to
turret.
be anything else. Comes. Useful. Our future is in our faculty. For the kill!
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Wow.
Easy prey.
Let's see. I'll get.
destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Rampage. Victory.
Alright. Right, news. I should pray for the king.
The wild calls. I answer.
Come on. She's basing that in a honey butter to really caramelize and you're still in this thing. For dessert, somebody is thinking about dessert. Comrade has a similar idea. I can see mascarpone and gorgonzola out there as well.
I am never alone.
Trying.
My tribe lives in my heart and in my
Find a great
spirit.
thing. That would help if you. What, bro? PD? Want to marinate me?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
They can pick up any kind of cookie. They want to
Minions have spawned.
Burn back over. Iron Chef. Stone's board. Got the dough.
I have led my tribe for
Yeah.
generations.
It's not the dough coming along.
Well, I go. It looks soft. Probably too much fat.
My mother's title came to me heavy with Kila she blessed. With it, I keep our family alive. You are lost. Let me show you where you belong.
First blood.
Pretty secret ingredient.
No one escapes when...
I just
My quarry got lucky.
Right. Swap.
Has been slain.
It is making a fun thing. Iron Chef Stone. Room 4. And he's making and yard grapes with honey butter. But they say me to
Trespassers are easy to track.
I think. I feel very neat. That Sanderson is making work. What?
This land will be the grave of all who trespass.
At station line.
I is Pack Mother to the world, ever faithful and protective.
He seems fine, though. Things and working with a mixture. Admiral earned some trouble, so
Has been slain.
I pay no attention to the affairs of men until they make me their
An
enemy.
enemy has been slain.
Yes. Yeah, he has done it with them.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
I do not question my two forms.
An ally has been slain.
No, yeah.
Enemy has been slain.
Looking with earlier. Pouring a mixture. What do they have done or right? Right. Sunshine and fun. Don't know. You know about that.
You will soon know who prowls this land.
An enemy has been slain.
Protecting my pack. Thumbs. Useful. No. Quickly. No need to suffer.
Slain an enemy.
Through heart and spine. That's right. Run! My tribe will not starve this day. I swear it.
You know, I heard she was, bro. He was really good to do now. He's gonna be doing really good to do this.
Clawless hands need a spear.
An enemy has been slain.
That's that. Means happens, then it'll all be over except the eating and the judging and the winning and the losing.
Shut down.
There's just
There is no need to climb above the canopy. I enjoy watching the stars.
An enemy has been slain.
I am the wild's protector.
Horses are in Muslim forest. Probably can't change your own.
Famine and drought kill predator and prey alike.
And
An enemy has been slain.
Fine.
Evil.
An enemy has been slain.
My next meal.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Our future is in our prostitute.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
My arrows? I think not.
Let me see this guy.
My shield is here for you.
Killing
My
spree.
prey still lives, but I have not lost its scent.
Killing spree.
Sorry,
Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
Orange and really, it's kind of this angle. Some sharp from that push.
Yeah, I'm so kind of fine. Fight. Right. Chili flavor. You know, the acid from the tombrel.
My family is my strength.
I wasn't like Andrew, but to my summers as a kid, where I would go forward, I would
An enemy has been slain.
eat and
Double kill.
For generations, I have seen and survived winter's many seasons.
Triple kill.
just like start out up here.
The jungle never sleeps.
Rampage.
Big step. So different.
See?
Rampage.
Listen. Focus.
Unstoppable. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Fuck me, hit it.
Dominating.
Stop.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Fresh.
Shut down. Shut down. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Rampage. Unstoppable. An ally has been slain.
Fuck me.
I learned to make tools by watching villagers. Dogs have their place. Soft of paw, light of foot.
Oh, good.
What happened with me blocking you?
This is the way it must be.
An enemy has been slain.
There you are. Wild bless.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Moment, I was on.
Instinct guides my steps.
An enemy has been slain.
Right. Time is past, and I feel like it was time for me to. I feel like. Last squad, I will.
Dominating.
I carve my spears from poachers' bones.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I do not understand the nature.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Nothing is gained by
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Has destroyed a turret. Shut down. Victory.
Andrew. Take it back and now, Andrew. Done. I said, yeah, a perfect starter. No. Who will be going? The favorites. And I like that. Like.
The wild calls. I answer.
Breathing. So the crew, the only one is also big guys. The first coffee honey, a liver flan, And I was in after the same time, analyzed coffee on the fried bone.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I dream chicken liver mousse and then on swap.
Minions have spawned.
Thank you. This was the first I loved it.
First blood.
Here is the Canadian package. Nachos.
I am never alone. My tribe lives in my heart and in my spear.
Here. And yeah. Having fun. Talking myself.
An enemy has been slain.
I'll put you down. Yes, bleed.
Easy.
Only what I need. Leave now. I will not warn
Killing spree.
Now I wait. My tribe will not starve this day. I swear.
Fire. I.
Run!
Oh, gosh.
I am the one protector. Claws deep.
Okay.
An enemy has been slain.
Tales will the outsiders spin of their monstrous
Rampage.
Okay. Okay. Cemetery?
My tribe calls itself the Paka. Only foreign prey call us Kashdaji.
Thank you. Thank you. I was just only print refusing. Shatara and Salvation Globe Challenge.
My family is my strength.
The it went.
An enemy has been slain.
My next meal. I will chase you from this land, brass bones. Meow! I will always be my mother's cub. Guide me, Pack Sisters, as I once guided you.
that. I'm Jeff Danielson, have vanquished his opponent in Evil Iron Battle.
An enemy has been slain.
Scoring at 8.
Circles on.
And you truly saw an unexpected take interpretation of
Has been slain. Killing spree. Executed.
Human, beast, Vastaya. These words mean nothing to me.
Thank you, under Pink, Iron Ship, and Alpin Brown. Oh.
Got you. I believe this is called kebab. I am always niddling.
I just want to say, I'm here on the fun mix, okay? Stop that
There's
guy.
no need. Knows that core strength is key.
I don't back.
Sure.
Unstoppable.
Having a story?
I learned to make tools by watching villagers.
Step on
Sounds
fine.
like a place.
I get pushed around a bit.
An enemy has been slain. Unstoppable.
Oh, that's the thing. It's in the San Diego scene by storm.
Trespassers are easy
Relative
to
approach to regional Mexican flavors.
I'm a border kid. That I spent in my time between Tijuana and San Diego.
Dominating.
And there are zero borders with my cuisine. Color outside the box.
Famine and drought kill predator and prey alike.
I'm Maria Pasadena, California, and my signature restaurant, Baga.
An enemy has been slain.
I asked it.
This is the way it must be.
Okay, look. Jay.
Has destroyed a turret.
I can hear the
Definitely ready for the truth.
Godlike.
Ready for me.
The pig.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
Mine are my ancestors' fathers.
I have it.
Wild blessed. Instinct guides my steps.
I have to say. It's how to drink continents. The pioneer.
Feral strength.
Inside by combining the Chinese flavors of his culture with his classic French egg. I'm under arrest on all the manner and shit in the game. Now, my mom.
I do not question my two forces.
I would have liked us together, but like, not good, but I'm great, but you can't be. Got that name that's I know. Singing traditions as a peaceful peaking diamond. The sake butterfish used to fish that on the other man.
I strike. An ally has been slain. Legendary. Your team has destroyed a turret.
My claws cut deep.
Legendary.
Sometimes the smart thing to do is walk the hell away.
Bye, and aren't you knowing? Sweet vision from it's 70.
This land will be the grave of all who trespass.
Your team has destroyed the turret.
My quarry got lucky. I do not understand the nature of humans. Nothing is changed by pointless slaughter.
Bye. I don't think you
Has been slain. Legendary.
Protecting my pack is my purpose.
An enemy has been slain.
Smart. Going with chop. On.
My quarry won't escape me.
Killing spree.
Oh, okay. I got the San Diego's. That's the person I feel like chop.
Useful.
Somehow her. After Yeah.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
The chocolate. There's chocolate something in the sim range. Pretty.
Prey still lives, but I have not lost its scent.
Agreed. I was gonna.
An enemy has been slain.
Found. Just added.
An ally has been slain.
Sort of like. In the sauce is too easy. They fall apart.
Legendary. An enemy has been slain.
Really almost down into a meal. Spicy here.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
Chop. Now that is relatively.
Legendary.
I'm gonna go. Isolate. It's possible by isolating specific flavonoids and phenols in the bean of these colors. They're cursors, so it's not a dye. White chocolate. See, there's that fruitiness in the back end.
Pretty good chocolate. Now getting that is the other.
By the
An enemy has been slain.
by working with that as butter, milk, cocoa powder, and flour.
Double kill.
Almost kind of like stirring that.
Flawless hands made of spear.
Spice. I think he's gonna get.
Down.
And it's got cilantro, the cocoa.
She's and oranges. That could be even red.
An enemy has been slain.
Tiny.
Shut down.
With it, I keep our family alive.
Shut down. Triple kill.
Peter, or if your taste to it.
That's 15 minutes until the
Fresh meat.
edges.
Idea with
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Rampage. You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. An
That's first day. She's going to the food.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Perfect.
Double kill.
And protective.
Cutting up a pork belly. Surprised Barcha side handed on chocolate battle.
I think it's a beauty.
Shut down.
For generations, I have seen and survived nature's
An enemy
enemies.
has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
White
Your
chocolate.
team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
I am pack mother, sister, daughter. I have no need to be anything else.
Run up waiting. Run up good.
Hey,
future is in
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Seconds. Made of plating. I just can't see how much.
Victory!
So it's a little cup of cocoa. It is a cup of cocoa. Like that, with the black garlic. 30 seconds on it. Hold it. I'm going down now. I'm down. How much related? Oh, do. Nice. And that is hungry judging.
Tartar, cacao, aguacate. The northern part of Mexico. So for me, aguacate just is I like. Found it's blended their acidity and their tonic to the aguacate beautifully. The black garlic helps round the flavor. Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Chef. What do you think, Dave? If I'm taking more bites to it, it's so much going on in this dish. It's in the black garlic. The fact that you can, I would say with
light out and this is a very little people. Seconds. Sausage now. Pop it up.
So much untapped power.
Seconds. Gotta go, guys. I have to serve inside. I now headed to the judges table with this first dish. 5, 3, 2, 1. You know, I lived in France. First I went to Paris, I'm like 8 years old. I had to eat it. I didn't know what they were. I just kept eating them, so I fell in love with it. Coffee, yeah. Here, first thing has Gruyere cheese, so that's a little Gruyere. Coffee. I'm just gonna say, garlic.
favorite is but macchiato.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. A whole world to toy with. Minions have spawned.
Mellow cheese flavor. It could be
Andrew, but scared to I think in the idea. Right. Does not have
I am in control.
you could turn it out right. Fucking fasting.
chocolate. It tastes fine. Wow, I don't think you got our spoken. Go.
I'm breaking down quite fast, not sure what that's for.
First blood.
So key cave. Jeff's making a key cave. Take. It's like Smalley, but it doesn't have a mod to this.
Right, so he's gonna stay with us and not warn us. But the first warn is taking something out of the oven.
Yo, what is that? It's the Ruby chocolate thing. It's caramel. It lost all of its finish, but it won't lose its tiny flavor. How don't you? I'm just like, and the miso marinade made with cocoa powder, that's in the blender. I'm not sure where that's. I also see duck. Duck. Can you jump there? It's in there. So much death.
An ally has been slain.
Let's go. Yeah, this is a real smart move. First thing has the chocolate is going to. Minutes left, Jeffs.
This is what I live for.
Jeffs, I happen to have the scores from the first day. What's the pay? Out of 25 possible points for your first dish. How do you feel about that, Aaron? Outside.
This power is mine.
Sir, for you. Yeah, wait. Guys, here's the scores. I gotta go.
Executed.
Yes. Hang on. That. Like making fun of that. Archer Sai is going for me cheating. I see.
Has been slain.
It's an triple flavor. Archer Sai, wait.
Has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
This packet of something's like. Oh, keep it like. Wondering if that's got a rip on that because it very often has strawberry and hazelnut, but that does. Hey, am I right? It is indeed for sure. Yeah, side the Dutch starting to put away. Don't forget it. Get that gun in there, name, please. Yeah.
And it's already some black.
She will. Susha again is looking at shop, but he's
Let them try to stop it. Rampage. Double kill.
I'm gonna get for stocks over here. Orange dance camp.
Dominating. Godlike.
Ready.
Thank you, Sean. Teach you how on that mixture of butter, cocoa powder, coconut. Awesome. I like this. It's some kind of chocolate real cheese. Probably don't. You don't know that.
This is what I live for. Has been slain.
Size 70% skull, so I think that's what you see play.
On the shoulder side, just made it took that stunning rolling with the and third set top right.
Legendary. Executed.
Now they're
Shut down.
they also made a chocolate crate for the and they have that seal water season chocolate in the book. I thought this was oh go. Hey, there are pastry skills coming out.
That's
People fear what they cannot understand.
Guys, give me turkey because they must have eaten egg white properly into the base.
chocolate. This is my favorite of everything. See what's going on. That launch size. Smells. Hi. Hey guys, please. Oh, he's actually on the plane. Right.
Story.
There's the duck that's gone on top of it.
A whole world to toy with.
Seconds. They have that
An
shot.
enemy has has been slain.
I'm going now. Seconds, 9, 8. Okay.
Force of will. An enemy has been slain.
Shortly. That's crazy.
Shut down.
Up.
Double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret.
My potential is limitless.
An ally has been slain.
It's dark.
My dad would have cheese. And then have the combination. Great. I love salt.
Like me? Not a cocoa.
Easily.
Absolutely.
Everything on in which you very beautiful. Bye.
Enemy double kill. Shut down. Enemy killing spree. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Okay.
An enemy has been slain.
Fotonya video manfaatnya. Oh, ang fotonya. Oh.
This power is mine to command.
Not too bad.
Thousands of you, probably. Thinking with,
Killing spree.
and the package, like chocolate, and
Shut down.
that is next.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Victory!
Photos. Okay.
And routine after that. So, the Iron Chef has a lot of ground to make up.
Very Iron Chef is going to do.
I set on the challenge of the board. I love talking.
Inside. Delicious, and I almost feel like I belong.
Love, pretender, flaky, melt in your mouth, cut it with a piece of paper, butter it as a miso and sake. Classics of all. About 1975 Disney. It's okay. Come on, please. I'm trying to shout you. Thank you. A lot more successful than I thought. However, so I'll put it. It covers on its own.
I need you. Goodbye.
Strawberry and lemon ice creams, you know? Stop. That was super fresh because the chocolate sauce has a great richness to it. The duck is perfectly. That sauce, it's very, very similar to the sauce on the previous plate. And I'm just curious what chocolate is in here. Was it the same as in the other one? It was. There was the 70%. Well, we had a bit of cacao powder. It's not to make it dark out.
Orange, are totally thankful. It's so much. I love the within plane of your chocolate sauce. Hey. And I could taste the chocolate in this sauce. Actually, a nice flavor, and it's something that's different. So I can see why you the Iron Chef. Not nothing. It's almost me. That's this saucy. It comes out really tasty, identical because all I get for all of that work is soy sauce on top. Oh. Yeah, it's all about it. Spent almost a year and a half in Atlanta and ate a lot of Atlanta style barbecue. I always wanted to bring in the Atlanta acid part of barbecue. Barbecue gets that sweet and sour. You put belly and pressure cook it. There's coconuts on top of the pork belly. And here, what do you think? I love the little hint of chili. That sauce. There's a simplicity and elegance here. I think is a perfect complement. I think this is definitely. Leave the cook you got on the belly in 40 minutes. Would you put that on it? That's cool. So, did the barbecue sauce have chocolate or? Yeah, it was so delicious. Thank you very much, Irish Staff. Thank you. Thank you. The direction, Iron's both side loves to lean into is smart eating. Yeah. Okay. First time I had a souffle, I'm like 10 years old. I'm like, what is this hot? This good that tastes like a cloud. And I've been obsessed with souffle since. It's a flat cheese souffle. Simple chocolate, not cream, oat milk, and my favorite, the most bitter sweet found with 90%. All you know exactly what you're doing. Not chocolate, there is no chocolate for souffle. Not mixing souffle, but maybe one day, like chocolate and pear. I just hate Andrew. Perfect. I would have liked the sauce to slightly get a little more of it. However, you didn't know it. It's the meal. Outside the flavor with the collar. It's probably need to be a little bit bigger as I am. Thank you. Iron Chef, thank you for an outstanding. Well, they're like, judges, you know what comes next. Please keep in mind, after that first dish, you've got 75 points to play with, a lot to pick. These chefs have made his own the nostalgic Mexican flavors, or Iron Chef size these needs less tape on the secret ingredient. Now is the time for these chefs to get their report. Where's yours? Chef, sign. Coach, like you.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Minions have spawned.
You spirit calls to me.
Managed to defeat my Iron Chef. Miraculous moment. Have it, though.
First blood.
Challenger. Bring it. 81.7 in favor of Challenger.
Really? Did it continue to take break time?
Split the stick. Here's what people. Chocolate and like her red. It's 6 point. Battlefield. Final thought.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I heard you. As if I didn't have a leg.
Tell me why. Stand up right there. And I feel good now with Challenger with touching when it's not done. Hands up, big top again. Fire shot and final. In a muscle.
Rampage.
Here's fair. Battle. Sleep ready. Ever. I see. So, our challenge in today. I know what I need.
You done next.
Time.
Unstoppable.
Enough. There is what I'm
An enemy has been slain.
It takes a monster to have got one.
Wow. Fix the foot. Mom and Dad's table. From one spot to which the recipe.
Enemy has been slain.
Just get you guys got the hot sauce. Gather people.
This is who I am.
An ally has been slain.
Family has
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Divers though.
Shut down.
Put a fire lead any day. I have to. It's through my store.
Not even your screams will escape.
Station with the plane.
What you believe?
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Killing spree.
The worthy opponent. Jump bang.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Spill brought me.
So you must know.
An enemy has been slain. Rampage.
Have to take this very journey.
Unstoppable.
I know Psalm's streets like the back of my claws.
Dominating.
The beast grows stronger.
Godlike.
Chills in roll.
Double kill.
And of course,
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Carolina Weaver. Got it, you're
I am in control.
Fried chili, we have Mexican fried chili.
Legendary.
If you die,
Oh no. Gotcha. Present you with chili spring up. But set.
Legendary.
you know what you've done.
It's fine, Mom. Not much hot chili, so
Double kill.
I think I'll go there.
Killing spree.
The actually also
Shut down.
and jalapeno in the eggplant.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Nice.
Legendary.
Baby, marinate. Like baby. With the habanero mango.
Shut down.
Yeah.
A man I killed him first.
Happen. Under 20 minutes to get those first forces. Judges. Luckiest judges in the world are there.
One more time. Aaron Zimmer. Today is a
Legendary.
Punch you.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
Alright, man. Okay. Punch it up and then I need punch to make that.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Empire Union Mum Kitchen in St. Albans.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Legendary.
The marinade from G. That's from G.
There is 2 shot 1. Kind of
Japanese, the yellowtail member of the chat. I'm on here. Hey, looking back over on the ocean, like one of them.
Shut down.
Yes, Professor. How is frying blue? Shut up. Lovely.
Answer to me.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Oh, is that a
An
smell?
enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
My hunting ground.
The walkover on both sides. Mike.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Stop thinking. On any Asian market, do is upgrade. Okay? Upgrade. So, a budget. Stop and you let it sit in there 20 minutes and then you kind of talk. That's it.
Show me are we using in this case?
Actually, for the first. Actually, it's going marinade for the first. And we'll be talking about it. Yeah, chili's with the fruit.
Like men to the slaughter.
Thanks, still. How many jump?
You have slain an enemy.
It's a week that I'll name here. I'll be good. I do. I think we're gonna have stuff quail.
An enemy has been slain.
Vengeance is only a step behind you.
I would try. Achieve large salads in that.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
What a killing generals.
Double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Top blue. Yeah, copy now.
Your team has destroyed a turret. spawned. An enemy has been slain.
I'm scared. Awesome. Sure, difference. Needs a bit. Just saying, please tell the button. I did.
Shut down.
Have you? I'm not eating.
Rampage.
The gumball oil, please. Thank you.
Double kill.
I'm locked. I love it. I think it's delicious. And I like the oil that you on it at the bottom. What do you think? I think.
Dominating. Double kill.
That's it. I know that. It's my son. Now, I'm a thing, if you will. Perfect. What's next?
Legendary. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
How many? Fine.
Has destroyed a turret. Legendary. Double kill.
Someone will fight back.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Aced.
I got lots of bright arrows. I'm not there, but
Your
not.
team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
How?
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
It's 26 minutes left to complete. On up. Then yeah, go there. Honest and garlic.
An ally has been slain.
Hey, potatoes. No, that's as well. Chili's got nice and brown. I don't know. I'm expecting we're going to see two different games. These flowers, these magic goes.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
So that's two.
Legendary.
It's kind of like a bowl. But it's down inside of the world. All right. And sardines. What sorry? Thanks. Talking with Philly, though. Trying to figure out where that could be better. This is part of the sticky rice dish of sticky rice. All right. It's the purple rice that Chef Fang has been talking very through the show. For even cooking. Getting it back down over the steam. That is going to be going into dried beef and is that a dish?
It is. Rice picking of each of these different flank maybe. So already got cuts of rice happening.
Okay.
I am wildly
picking up rice. First of all, that's deep fried with cheese stuffing. Italian dish. I use risotto, but jasmine rice. We'll stuff it, we'll prep in cheese, we're going to deep fry them. Definitely put on it. Guaranteed. So that's happening in the bowl that Chef Mike is working with. Chef James Arancini will be your rice ball stuffed with this crab mixture. Right. Keep an eye out for some kind of chili sauce for that.
For Chef Mariana, I received dry chili.
Yes. What is that, Chef?
I watched. Can I make a salsa?
Salsa?
The salsa is made with pink and dried chilies.
Smells quite spicy. These are the white ribs. Remember, inside contains the pepsis. With round chilies to use in the dish. Okay, so people buy the flavors of you the dish.
For all of the food, you don't get otherwise. Yeah, see that right here.
Husband. Her chili cheese healing really is a curious little guy. Have you had these? Because I've only had them a couple of times. They're very mild. I mean, you just put some back. With milk there. Thank you. So that course is going to be stuffed with crab with some sea stuff on there. You're going to work there. Careful with that stuff at home, kids. That's a chiller. That's a crab stuffed dishes on both sides of the kitchen steam. What about you good? No. All right. So black sesame seeds, white sesame seeds. Stepped on it with bowls again on the hands of Chef Today. That contains some rice flour, the regular rice flour, interplay sprinkled.
By coaching. I'm streaming. Alright, welcome back to the jungle. Gonna be playing Lilia for the runes, Conqueror, Triumph, Legend, Haste, Cutdown, Magic Footwear, and Cosmic. And Bob, I got great news. They finally buffed Lilia. Can you believe it? This old hag hasn't received any love in a long time. In fact, only nerfs. But the buff is to her passive damage. So now she deals more damage with that passive. The passive is to burn over time. And then when that comes to clearing the camps, that means that throughout the game, as you get more levels and you get more power, then you're going to actually feel it in the clear speed. And with the clear speed, that just means that you get to do what Lilia does best. And that's when the camps are done. When the camps are done, she gets to run around and attack stuff. And where you have more time to do that, wow. They finally gave her something. I can't believe it. For the rest of Lilia's kit here, the Q, you want to hit the outer part, dealing magic and true damage. It's your lowest cooldown ability that you really spam out. The second part of the Q is actually the movement speed that you build up. As you hit stuff, you build up the prance. That will give you movement speed, and then it falls off pretty fast when you stop hitting the camps or champions with the abilities. But with that extra movement speed, it would be to move to something reactively. Let's say if I was to finish Raptors, then run it mid lane. That would be a play. The E is going to slow the target. You throw that bad boy, and then it rolls forever. And then the W channels. If you hit the smack in the middle, it deals a lot of damage. Let's go ahead and pull these bad boys together. Q, smite, W. Anybody remember when Lilia's clear was the hardest in the game and you would be no HP at the end of it? Oh, you don't? My bad. Sorry for being old. I guess I'll go fall off now. Into the river. Oh, Graves ganks. I can get there with my Prance passive. My allies are dead, okay? E. Oh, got him. That guy's dead. I was going to wait for Graves, but let's just go ahead and beat him up here. Q, health potion, auto, W. Auto, E. Miss on that one. Q, hit him. Hit him. Our Q's coming up. Hit him. Hit him. And then Q flash. Oh! Yeah, burn, baby. That's the burn buff. It just got buffed. Bet you weren't expecting that damage because it just got buffed. You didn't read the patch note. I bet you can't even read, Graves. You are a Graves player after all. All right, let's run before karma kills us. Job's done. Good job, Lilia. You ran at them and hit them with Q a lot. With Lilia, the passive heals us as it deals that damage over time. The Conqueror heals us as you deal damage over time. You need to hit people with everything you got. You don't want to play like a coward. Now, it's kind of tricky with Lilia because you go in, you Q, and then you run away. But you don't want to run too far away. You'll see more of that as the game progresses here. To the top side, let's see if we can get the Scuttle. Got the Faded Ashes, which gives us ability power and the burn damage to the champions in the camp, and the Dark Seal for a little bit of snowball potential. Nice. Mr. Graves doesn't want the Scuttle. Well, okay, 1 second, Mr. Action. Q. Waiting. Don't show yet. Don't show yet. Don't show yet. E. Q. Auto. Moving. Auto. Moving. Hello. Q. Missed me. Okay, let's do this. Hit him.
I think I'll get out.
Hit him. Q. Hit him. Oh! Okay. E. Auto. Please burn. Please. Please. Well, if an Aatrox didn't show up or the Action didn't turn for autos, I could have blocked the autos from Mr. Graves, but I didn't expect my Action to turn around and shotgun blast to the face. To the top side. We got the Scuttle. We reactively showed up to the fight. Traded 1 for 2. Back to the camps. Never lose sight. Me farm camp. Yeah, I'm so glad that they buffed Lily because she's one of the champions that it's similar to like Shyvana or Udyr where they're perfectly balanced, and boy, that's boring. Make these farming champs kind of busted again. Make farming camps great again. Who's with me? We can make a hat with like, it would be red and then have white text. Who's with me? We hit level 6 off the camp since we got both Scuttles and we have 2 kills and 1 assist. Pretty good. See how we can walk away from those camps now. We'll hit level 6 off Raptors, so here's what we want to do. We want to finish the camp with a Q and then run at the enemy.
Let's play in here. Yeah, I'm just inside the mark. Chairman looking very pleased with him.
Why play Yanara bot? Well, she is very easy to pick up and play. She deals massive AoE damage, she has bursts of very high mobility, and she deals a great amount of hybrid damage. However, she is very squishy if caught out, and to be effective, she does need time to stack her Q. Yanara's passive is her critical strikes deal bonus magic damage. Yanara's Q has a passive where her attacks on hit deal bonus magic damage and grant her a stack. She gains 2 stacks if attacking an enemy champion, and this can stack up to 8 times. The active can only be used when she has 8 stacks. And it works as an auto-attack reset, which for the next 5 seconds grants a bonus attack speed, makes her attacks deal bonus damage on hit, and also makes her attacks splash to nearby enemies. Yanara's W is a straight line skill shot, which will slow down when it hits an enemy before reaching its max duration and spinning out in a circle. It deals damage and slows enemies as it hits them, then spins for additional damage.
Doors, make this conclusion. If you will, please empty ambulance, please.
Proving yourself in Noxus is no easy feat, and Mel will use every tool she can to do it, including her enemies' powers. In-game, Mel aims to catch out enemies, poke them down, and deal huge bursts of damage at exactly the right time. Mage players and Arcane fans, it's your time to shine. Welcome to the Mel Champion Spotlight.
Any worthwhile venture involves risk.
You know, once a year, Thanksgiving.
Before anything else, let's cover Mel's signature ability, her W, Rebuttal. Rebuttal gives her a small burst of move speed. It also grants a barrier that negates damage from anything except towers, and reflects enemy projectiles back at their casters. Auto attacks, waves, missiles, anything that would be blocked by Yasuo's wind wall gets reflected by Rebuttal. Reflected projectiles are converted into magic damage but function as they normally would otherwise. Like this, and that, and this one, and that one. You get it. Now for Mel's passive, Searing Brilliance. Damaging an enemy with an attack or ability applies a stack of Overwhelm. You can stack Overwhelm infinitely, charging up potential damage. When this damage amount exceeds a target's current health and shields, Overwhelm detonates to execute them.
Nothing I couldn't handle.
Searing Brilliance also empowers Mel's next basic attack to fire 3 additional missiles after casting an ability. She can cast up to 3 abilities in a row to gain a max of 9 extra missiles on her next attack. Mel's Q is Radiant Volley. She unleashes a barrage of explosions in a target area. Each one deals a small amount of damage and stacks her passive. Her E is Solar Snare. Mel sends out an orb of unstable energy that files wildly as it travels. Enemies hit by the energy take damage over time and are slowed for the duration. Those who touch the orb
enlightened warlord who chose exile and imprisonment to stop the threat of his fellow Darkin. Zehen has returned to once again fight a battle against his own kin, and within himself. In-game, Zehen wages war as a lethal brawler who can skirmish with the best of them. With a mix of sustained damage, mobility, and auto attacks, this darkened warrior ascends in combat to become unstoppable as the battle rages on. Discover the power of Zehen the Unsundered in this Champion Spotlight. Zehen's passive is Cultivation of War. Every attack and ability that hits an enemy champion fills Zehen with determination. Each level of can strike multiple enemies at once. Instead, apply
Write down flexible ticket. Challenge. Bueno. No se van.
Hey everyone, I'm Andre, also known as Medler. Paul, that's your line.
Thank you, Andre. I'm Paul, also known as Pabro. Today is March 26th, and we're here to talk to you a bit about what you can expect in Season 2, as well as a few other more general updates. Quick spoiler warning, if you haven't seen the Season 2 Act 1 gameplay trailer that went live earlier today, we'll pause for a few seconds so you can check that out.
Okay, welcome to Season 2, Pandemonium. In this season, we're moving to the outskirts of Demacia, where we'll be following Vayne as she does what she does best, hunts down demons. And along the way, we'll also learn a little bit more about her, as she deals with a few demons from her past that have come to haunt her.
Make sure you keep an eye out for comics on Vayne coming out later this season for more details. Alright, now let's jump into some other things you can expect to see in Season 2 this year. Starting off, we're going with a shorter season for this one, lasting a total of 6 patches instead of the usual 8 to make room for a longer season later this year.
As a result, we've also got Battle Pass changes to make it quicker to complete. The amount of time it takes, relative to the length of the season, should be roughly the same. We're also going to be trying something different with the seasonal Battle Pass skins as well. Many of you have asked that we make them direct purchase, so we're going to be doing just that. In this season, the non-prestige Battle Pass skins will be available in the store, and taking their place on the Battle Pass will be Fiendish Mystery Skin loot orbs that will drop a random, demon-themed epic skin instead.
On the topic of skins, in the last update, we heard from quite a few of you that wanted to hear some more about upcoming skins, so we're going to do just that, starting with a short prestige list. Shaco and LeBlanc are coming in Season 2, and Vhagar coming early next season.
Now, in terms of non-prestige skins, here's a sneak peek at some of the other skins coming up this season. Now, as you saw earlier in the video, we've got a new skin coming for Annie, plus a few other champs that we're calling Pandemonium. And for those of you who haven't gotten a skin for their champion in quite a while, we've got you covered as well. Rain Shepherd Ivan and Project Quinn coming soon.
And last, but certainly not least, are some very tasteful skins where we spent a lot of time cooking up for you. Hope you're excited like me. So let us take a look. Day Jobs. That was great, Andre, by the way. Day Job is making a return in Season 2, and this time we're trying out a cooking theme, if you couldn't tell by our terrible puns.
His terrible puns.
Okay, thank you.
Making her debut as well is Breadsticks Aurelia. Don't let her get on a roll. Otherwise you're going to say,
don't know! Inspired by our delicious, wonderful code, Spaghetti a la Vel'Koz will also be serving on the Rift later this season. And look, remember, when you're playing League, you're family. You don't always get along, but we hope you do. Alright, switching gears a bit, we want to talk a bit about the gameplay changes that we have coming for Season 2. We have some follow-up work on the Season 1 gameplay changes, particularly role quests.
Some of the most common topics that we've seen were uncertainty around where in lane you get off or mid lane role quest progress. And that certain champions who prefer to proxy or roam, like Assassins or Singed, were struggling to keep up with role quests as a result. So, we've adjusted where you get your progress for your role quest in lane, and how forgiving it is. To be clear, you'll still need to come to lane some of the time to progress on your role quest, but you won't be penalized for doing the things your champions want to do.
Additionally, we've adjusted the rewards for top to provide more experience for team fighting, and swapped the mid-lane empowered recall for 6% bonus AD and AP. Our goal with these changes is to better reward the variety of classes and champions that get played in these roles, rather than mainly rewarding split pushers in top lane or non-roaming champs in mid, and to provide some scaling rewards for mid laners as well.
Now, outside of role quests, we're investing in some longer-term work to expand build diversity for a lot of champions. This will show up in things like item adjustments, new keystones, and better supporting alternative builds to increase strategy and creativity. So think things like AP Israel, ADC Kennen, or attack speed Xin Zhao.
One of the ways you'll see this in Season 2 is the return of 2 runes, Deathfire Touch and Storm Raider Surge. Both keystones will be in the sorcery tree, with Storm Raider Surge replacing Phase Rush. We also have a variety of item adjustments to items, including Dusk and Dawn, 2 new starting items, new Omnivamp boots, and the removal of Trailblazer and Opportunity.
We also wanted to talk briefly about the next new champion coming to League. They'll be coming out in Season 2, Act 2, so we don't want to spoil too much right now. We do want to let you know, though, that they are a AP mid-lane assassin, and you should expect to hear more about them in our next dev update.
Alright, we're going to pass things over to Eduardo and Mike to talk about some updates we have planned for Arena.
Hey everyone, I'm Eduardo Riot Cadmus Cortejoso.
And I'm Mike, Rogue Fullbreeze, lead designer on Arena. And we're here to talk to you about Arena.
We've got a lot of information to share with you, so we're just going to go straight into it, starting with events. Events are new ways to experience Arena with an added twist. For this season, we'll be introducing 3 events starting in patch 2016.
Our first event is going to be 3x6, aka 6 teams of 3, 3 players on each. No longer do you need to leave a friend behind to enjoy Arena, as long as you don't have more than 2 friends. Anyway, having 3 players on each team should help create a wider variety of team comps that allow more champions of each type to find success in the mode. Meanwhile, having fewer teams comes with the benefit of allowing you to learn other teams' play styles and matchups when you go back to rematch them again, and keep that in mind. 3x6 will stay on for 3 patches, and after that we'll be switching to a longtime community ask, Bravery.
Are you tired of going up against people playing Yumi, Alistair, Zyra, and Shaco? Well, this is your time to shine. This is something many of you have been asking for, and we're here to deliver. Everyone in the lobby will automatically be opted into playing Bravery. If you really don't want to leave it to good old-fashioned chance, you'll still be able to pick from a few random crowd favorites every game. This should help reward players that are able to play flexibly and adapt to any situation or champion that they get.
Finally, our last event for the season is Swift Arena. In this event, we're looking to make games of Arena faster by limiting the number of teams down to 4. This means you'll have more reps against each team, and you can take advantage of knowing their play styles and getting more games if you're running short on time. And then after that...
Well, we haven't decided on what happens after. We're planning on using learnings from these different events to better understand what elements of Arena really resonate with all of you.
In the meanwhile, we think events are something that will keep the game fresh and exciting throughout the season.
All right, that's everything on events, but we have a bit more in store for Arena this season.
Next up, we have a brand new map called the Petricite Grove. The Petricite Grove is on the outskirts of Demacia, with large walls and plenty of places to hide. But be careful, there are also mining bombs, used to mine petricite scattered throughout the map. When struck, bombs will roll before exploding, damaging opponents and plants in the area. If you strike a bomb with an immobilizing effect, they'll explode instantly, allowing you to blast your opponents to pieces.
The next new feature we have coming to Arena is augment levels. Augment levels let you supercharge your favorite augments by making them stronger and adding some new effects like Fan the Hammer, for example, firing more missiles. Once you've picked 2 augments to level up, you can use your future choices to upgrade them instead of just adding new ones. We really wanted to empower players to lean into the augments that they have the most fun with and raise their high rolls to new heights.
And speaking of high rolls, well, you can still only have 4 augments most of the time. Augments will be offered much more frequently this season, allowing you to select a new augment, level an existing one, replace one with one of a higher tier, and in Round 8's new crafting round, you can fine-tune your build by choosing to gain an extra augment slot, sacrificing one of your augments to power up the rest. And last but not least, what would be an update to Arena without augments and Guests of Honor?
We have over 20 new reworked Guests of Honor coming up throughout the season. Some of these will include Nocturne, who will create dark zones around the map, and Shaco, who will create chaos and make all your augment rolls random tiers.
We won't be listing out the rest here, but you can expect a few more demon-themed guests to make an appearance. As for augments, we've got over 30 new ones, some coming from ARAM Mayhem and some brand new to League.
All right, that's it for Arena's updates this time around. Be sure to check out all the changes we have talked about and a few that we didn't, and we'll see you in Petricite Grove.
Hello again, gamers. I'm Dashi Jador.
And I'm Riot, call me KT.
WASD has reached a big milestone that we're excited to share with you. WASD will be available in Ranked starting in patch 26.9, coming out with Season 2.
First, we want to give a big thank you to the hundreds of thousands of players who tested WASD at various points of development. Your feedback was instrumental in getting what we call Ranked Ready.
But Kelly, what do we mean by Ranked Ready?
Well, when we began rolling out WASD, we did so in unranked queues first, so that we could address any bugs or unintended interactions before LP was on the line. And of course, we wanted to ensure that a whole new control scheme would be balanced, both in perception and in practice. After extensive testing, analysis, and adjustments, we've gotten to the point where WASD has reached a similar performance level as point-and-click controls. There's still a small delta in the win rates between the 2 control schemes, with point-and-click having a minor advantage. We expect that difference will decrease over time as players gain more mastery with WASD, so we'll continue to monitor this stat in the future.
We've also been working on an exciting new feature for all players, regardless of which control scheme you want to use. The ability to set up champion-specific keybinds. Starting tomorrow, you can configure different keybinds for all of your mates. I suggest hopping into the practice tool so that you have plenty of time to explore the new options before minions spawn. And last but not least, we've been recently improving several of our accessibility options for all of these control schemes. These changes include expanded keybind support, enabling remapping of your mouse, as well as increased cursor size, just to name a few.
For those interested, more detailed information on everything we've covered can be found in a new dev blog coming out today.
We first set out on this journey when we discovered that new players sometimes struggle with League's traditional point-and-click control scheme. With WASD officially becoming an option in all of League of Legends modes, we hope that everyone can enjoy League with whichever control scheme they find most intuitive. Thanks so much. We'll see you on the Rift.
All right, we also wanted to give you a heads up on something we've been working on. A really frustrating experience in League is having your game ruined by someone just straight into you. And while you can report them, and they will get punished, you still have your time wasted stuck in a game you had no chance of winning because someone decided to troll.
Starting in a few patches, you'll be given an option to vote to end the game early when game-ruining behavior is detected. This will function much like when there's an AFK teammate. Once the system detects that a player is intentionally feeding, doing something like selling all their items or running it down or whatever, the other players on their team will be offered a surrender vote. If that vote, which does not include the inting players, goes through, the game will be ended then and there. Players on the allied team will be LP neutral. Players on the enemy team will receive full LP, as though they had won. And the offending player, and if they have won their pre-made party, will all lose LP. And of course, the offending player will also lose punishment.
Another update we wanted to share is that we're going to begin rolling Discord integration with the League client, starting with the beta in the US, Canada, and Brazil. In short, you'll be able to link your Discord and Riot accounts to easily invite your Discord friends to in-game parties, see who's playing, and join League lobbies via party links.
And when we say easily, we mean literally from your friends list. No alt-tabbing necessary. Party links allow you to copy and paste a link into your Discord server, socials, or stream to invite all your friends to join, so no more manually inviting one by one.
Players in the US, Canada, and Brazil will be able to connect your Riot account to Discord starting tomorrow. We'll continue to test and refine over this beta and plan on expanding to additional regions in a few patches. To be clear, this is different from the in-game team voice that we talked about last month. We don't have any news on that right now, but if you're curious about how we're approaching team voice, check out the devlog we recently released.
Alright, so that's pretty much all of the major updates we've got for you today. But before we go, we do have a few smaller things that we wanted to give you all a heads up about. First off, some of the League team will be showing up at Gamescom in Brazil at the end of April, so do be sure to stop by and say hi.
Next up, your shop is coming back on May 5th, and the Blue Essence Emporium will be coming out the following week on May 13th.
And something we forgot to mention when it went live is that custom games are now supported for all live game modes, including things like Mayhem and Arena that weren't previously supported.
Alright, so one last thing before we go. We have some content from all of you that we wanted to highlight, so let's take a look.
First up, we have this piece from a Brazilian artist for the Fan Fest at First Day, featuring the newly reworked Shyvana.
And we have this beautiful rendered image of Bilgewater and lit up by a wonderful item I believe is called a ward. I don't know, I don't see those in my games as much as I should.
Yeah, that's a you problem. And then we have this fan art of Firecracker Seraphine.
I like the colors here.
Next, we've got a number of cosplayers, starting off with this fantastic Aurora cosplay.
And this awesome love, so the detail in that armor is pretty sick.
This is TATICAL in the background.
Yeah.
Good posing.
And look at this really cool Spirit Blossom Ari cosplay.
Still one of my favorite skin lines.
It's really cool.
Headshot. A lot of.
Legendary.
Oh.
Legendary.
Towards me, I had Face to Learn, Raven Team. We had Jamaican friends, got new friends, then culture, urban medic, and arcade. So, I think is definitely global.
Oil, my
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Legendary. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Versus,
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Killing Rampage. Shut down.
Returns to Mission Stadium.
I've been my food. There was attention that I'm gonna lie.
Double kill. Triple kill.
No, of course. I'm just reading.
Quadra kill. Ace. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Fine.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. A summoner has disconnected.
Guys, work enough.
Great. That's interesting. White sturgeon are farm great, so they have a mild flavor for infection. For sugar. Final point out, we'll use the head. I'll be able to look for the skin. That's why I started to down here. And use that to the quick. Good game plan? Next.
Darren, that is our special
The chick captain.
Are you the hunter?
Eyes inside. Jimmy. Responsible. On the gym. Perfect. Look.
that. Cooking means no preparation to department in game.
Game.
Association roots, which I think is going to be a very good combination.
Baby, I'm ready. Baby, baby. Purple ribbon, ribbon, broad, baby. Little fruity, that little fruity, baby. There's a little Haiti, there's a little Haiti beat. All day. In broad day. There's a little Haiti, there's a little Haiti beat.
Andre,
There's a little Haiti, there's a little Haiti.
That's your line.
Thank you, Andre. I'm Paul, also known as Pabro. Today is March 26th, and we're here to talk to you a bit about what you can expect in Season 2, as well as a few other more general updates. Quick spoiler warning, if you haven't seen the Season 2 Act 1 gameplay trailer that went live earlier today, pause for a few seconds so you can check that out.
Okay, welcome to Season 2, Pandemonium. In this season, we're moving to the outskirts of Demacia, where we'll be following Vayne as she does what she does best, hunts down demons. And along the way, we'll also learn a little bit more about her, as she deals with a few demons in the past that have come to haunt her.
Make sure you keep an eye out for comics on Vayne coming out later this season for more details. Alright, now let's jump into some other things you can expect to see in Season 2 this year. Starting off, we're going with a shorter season for this one, lasting a total of 6 patches instead of the usual 8 to make room for a longer season later this year.
As a result, we've also got Battle Pass changes to make it quicker to complete. The amount of time it takes relative to the length of the season should be roughly the same. We're also going to be trying something different with the seasonal Battle Pass skins as well. Many of you have asked that we make them direct purchase, so we're going to be doing just that. In this season, the non-prestige Battle Pass skins will be available in the store, and taking their place on the Battle Pass will be fiendish mystery skin loot orbs that will drop a random demon-themed epic skin instead.
On the topic of skins, in the last update, we heard from quite a few of you that wanted to hear some more about upcoming skins, so we're going to do just that, starting with a short prestige list. Shaco and LeBlanc are coming in Season 2, and Vagar coming early next season.
Now, in terms of non-prestige skins, here's a sneak peek at some of the other skins coming up this season. Now, as you saw earlier in the video, we've got a new skin coming for Annie, plus a few other champs we're calling Pandemonium. And for those of you who haven't gotten a skin for their champion in quite a while, we've got you covered as well with Rain Shepherd Ivan and Project Quinn coming soon.
And last, but certainly not least, are some very tasteful skins where we spent a lot of time cooking up for you. Hope you're excited like me. So let us take a look. Day Jobs, that was great, 100 by the way. Day Jobs is making a return in Season 2, and this time we're trying out a cooking theme, if you couldn't tell by our terrible puns.
His terrible puns.
Okay, thank you.
Making her debut as well is Breadsticks Aurelia. Don't let her get on a roll. Otherwise you're going to say,
don't know! Inspired by our delicious, wonderful code, Spaghetti a la Velcaz will also be serving on the rip later this season. And look, remember, when you're playing League, you're family. You don't always get along, but we hope you do. Alright, switching gears a bit, we want to talk a bit about the gameplay changes that we have coming for Season 2. We have some follow-up work on the Season 1 gameplay changes, particularly role quests.
Some of the most common topics that we've seen were uncertainty around where in lane you got top or mid lane role quest progress, and that certain champions who prefer to proxy or roam, like assassins or singed, were struggling to keep up with role quests as a result. So, we've adjusted where you get your progress for your role quest in lane, and how forgiving it is. To be clear, you'll still need to come to lane some of the time to progress on your role quest, but you won't be penalized for doing the things your champions want to do.
Additionally, we've adjusted the rewards for top to provide more experience for team fighting, and swapped the mid-lane empowered recall for 6% bonus AD and AP. Our goal with these changes is to better reward the variety of classes and champions that get played in these roles, rather than mainly rewarding split pushers in top lane or non-roaming champs in mid, and to provide some scaling rewards for mid laners as well.
Now, outside of role quests, we're investing in some longer-term work to expand build diversity for a lot of champions. This will show up in things like item adjustments, new keystones, and better supporting alternative builds to increase strategy and creativity. So think things like AP Israel, or ADC Kennen, or attack speed Sinjal.
One of the ways you'll see this in Season 2 is the return of 2 runes, Deathfire Touch and Storm Raider Surge. Both keystones will be in the sorcery tree, with Storm Raider Surge replacing Phase Rush. We also have a variety of item adjustments to items, including Dusk and Dawn, 2 new starting items, new Omni-Band boots, and the removal of Trailblazer and Opportunity.
We also wanted to talk briefly about the next new champion coming to League. They'll be coming out in Season 2 Action, so we don't want to spoil too much right now. We do want to let you know, though, that they are a AP mid-lane assassin, and you should expect to hear more about them in their next dev update.
All right, we're going to pass things over to Eduardo and Mike to talk about some updates we have planned for Arena.
Forgiveness is...
Hey everyone, I'm Eduardo Riot Cadmus Cortejoso. And I'm Mike, Rogue Full Breeze, lead designer on Arena. And we're here to talk to you about Arena. We've got a lot of information to share with you, so we're just going to go straight into it, starting with events. Events are new ways to experience Arena with an added twist. For this season, we'll be introducing 3 events starting in patch 26.10. Our first event is going to be 3x6, aka 6 teams of 3, 3 players on each team. No longer do you need to leave a friend behind to enjoy Arena, as long as you don't have more than 2 friends. Anyway, having 3 players on each team should help create a wider variety of team comps and allow more champions of each type to find success in the mode. Meanwhile, having fewer teams comes with the benefit of allowing you to learn other teams' play styles and matchups when you go back to rematch them again, and keep that in mind. 3x6 will stay on for 3 patches, and after that we'll be switching to a longtime community ask, Bravery.
Are you tired of going up against people playing Yuumi, Alistar, or Zyra and Shaco? Well, this is your time to shine. This is something many of you have been asking for. We're here to deliver. Everyone in the lobby will automatically be opted into playing Bravery. If you really don't want to leave it to good old-fashioned chance, you'll still be able to pick from a few random crowd favorites every game. This should help reward players that are able to play flexibly and adapt to any situation or champions that they get.
Finally, our last event for the season is Swift Arena. In this event, we're looking to make games of Arena faster by limiting the number of teams down to 4. This means you'll have more reps against each team. You can take advantage of knowing their play styles and getting more games if you're running short on time. And then after that...
Well, we haven't decided on what happens next. We're planning on using learnings from these different events to better understand what elements of Arena really resonate with all of you.
In the meanwhile, we think events are something that will keep the game fresh and exciting throughout.
All right, that's everything on event. We have a bit more in store for Arena this season.
Next up, we have a brand new map called the Petricite Grove. The Petricite Grove is on the outskirts of Demacia, with large walls and plenty of places to hide. But be careful, there are also mining bombs used to mine Petricite scattered throughout the map. When struck, bombs will roll before exploding, damaging opponents and plants in the area. If you strike a bomb with an immobilizing effect, they'll explode instantly, allowing you to blast your opponents to pieces.
The next new feature we have coming to Arena is Augment Levels. Augment Levels let you supercharge your favorite augments by making them stronger and adding some new effects like Fan the Hammer, for example, firing more missiles. Once you've picked 2 augments to level up, you can use your future choices to upgrade them instead of just adding new ones. We really wanted to empower players to lean into the augments that they have the most fun with and raise their high rolls to new heights.
And speaking of high rolls, well, you can still only have 4 augments most of the time. Augments will be offered much more frequently this season, allowing you to select a new augment, level an existing one, replace one with one of a higher tier, and in Round 8's new crafting round, you can fine-tune your build by choosing to gain an extra augment slot, sacrificing one of your augments to power up the rest. And last but not least, what would be an update to Arena without augments and Guests of Honor?
We have over 20 new reworked Guests of Honor coming up throughout the season. Some of these will include Nocturne, who will create dark zones around the map, and Shaco, who will create chaos and make all your augment rolls random.
We won't be listing out the rest here, but you can expect a few more demon-themed guests to make an appearance. As for augments, we've got over 30 new ones, some coming from ARAM Mayhem and some brand new to League.
All right, that's it for Arena's updates this time. Be sure to check out all the changes we've talked about and the few that we didn't, and we'll see you at Petricite Grove.
Hello again, gamers. I'm Dashy Dudor.
And I'm Riot, call me KT.
WASD has reached a big milestone that we're excited to share with you. WASD will be available in Ranked starting in patch 26.9, coming out with Season 2.
First, we want to give a big thank you to the hundreds of thousands of players who tested WASD at various points of development. Your feedback was instrumental in getting what we call Ranked Ready.
But Kelly, what do we mean by Ranked Ready?
Well, when we began rolling out WASD WASD, we did so in unranked queues first, so that we could address any bugs or unintended interactions before LP was on the line. And of course, we wanted to ensure that a whole new control scheme would be balanced, both in perception and in practice. After extensive testing, analysis, and adjustments, we've gotten to the point where WASD has reached a similar performance level as point-and-click controls. There's still a small delta in the win rates between the two control schemes, with point-and-click having a minor advantage. We expect that difference will increase over time as players gain more mastery with WASD, so we'll continue to monitor this stat in the future.
We've also been working on an exciting new feature for all players, regardless of which control scheme you want to use. The ability to set up champion-specific keybinds. Starting tomorrow, you can configure different keybinds for all of your mates. I suggest hopping into the practice tool so that you have plenty of time to explore the new options before minions spawn. And last but not least, we've been recently improving several of our accessibility options for all of these controls. These changes include expanded keybind support, enabling remapping of your mouse, as well as increased cursor size, just to name a few.
For those interested, more detailed information on everything we've covered can be found in a new dev blog coming out today.
We first set out on this journey when we discovered that new players sometimes struggle with League's traditional point-and-click control scheme. With WASD officially becoming an option in all of League of Legends modes, we hope that everyone can enjoy League with whichever control scheme they find most intuitive. Thanks so much. We'll see you on the Rift.
Alright, we also wanted to give you a heads up on something we've been working on. A really frustrating experience in League is having your game ruined by someone just straight hinting. And while you can report them, and they will get punished, you still have your time wasted stuck in a game you had no chance of winning because someone decided to troll.
Starting in a few patches, you'll be given an option to vote to end the game early when game-ruining behavior is detected. This will function much like when there's an AFK teammate. Once the system detects that the player is intentionally feeding, doing something like selling all their items or running it down or whatever, the other players on their team will be offered a surrender vote. If that vote, which does not include the inting players, goes through, the game will be ended then and there. Players on the allied team will be LP neutral. Players on the enemy team will receive full LP, as though they had won. And the offending player, and if they have won their pre-made party, will all lose LP. And of course, the offending player will also receive punishment.
Another update we wanted to share is that we're going to begin rolling out a new Discord integration with the League client, starting with the beta in the US, Canada, and Brazil. In short, you'll be able to link your Discord and Riot accounts to easily invite your Discord friends to in-game parties, see who's playing, and join League lobbies to your parties.
And when we say easily, we mean literally from your friend list.
That's
No
fine.
alt-tabbing necessary. Party lists allow you to copy and paste the link into your Discord server, social, or stream to invite all your friends to join, so no more manually inviting one by one.
Players in the US, Canada, and Brazil will be able to connect your Riot account to Discord starting tomorrow. We'll continue to test and refine over this beta and plan on expanding to additional regions in a few patches. To be clear, this is different from the in-game team voice that we talked about last week. We don't have any news on that right now, but if you're curious about how we're approaching team voice, check out the dev blog we recently released.
Alright, so that's pretty much all of the major updates we've got for you today. But before we go, we do have a few smaller things that we wanted to give you all a heads up about. First off, some of the lead team will be showing up at Gamescom at the end of April, so do be sure to stop by and say hi.
Next up, your shop is coming back on May 5th, and the Blue Essence Emporium will be coming out the following week on May 13th.
And something we forgot to mention when it went live is that custom games are now supported for all live game modes, including things like Mayhem and Arena that weren't previously supported.
Alright, so one last thing before we go. We have some content from all of you that we wanted to highlight, so let's take a look.
First up, we have this piece from a Brazilian artist for the Fan Fest at First Stand, featuring the newly reworked Shyvana.
And we have this beautiful rendered image of Bilgewater and lit up by a wonderful item I believe is called a ward. I don't know, I don't see those in my games as much as I should.
Yeah, that's a you problem. And then we have this fan art of Firecracker Seraphine.
I like the colors here.
Next, we've got a number of cosplayers, starting off with this fantastic Aurora cosplay.
And this awesome Lux. Look at the detail on the armor. It's pretty sick.
Also, love the Galio in the background.
Yeah.
Good posing.
And look at this really cool Spirit Blossom Ari cosplay.
Still one of my favorite skin lines.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
Bit of cheese milk sturgeon too. Just got I am like it's like fucking good. I have to make it a full ton every freaking day. I think I break my mushroom layer. I have a silver layer, then I do a sturgeon layer, olive toast, and I cover with truffles and paprika on top, Olivia. Added to this mushroom and leaf mixture over on the Iron Chef side, and I think he's going to do with it. Can't really know. That's it. 2 minutes and 12 seconds, Chef. Let's get away to now. For me, of course, I think we're going to have most on both sides. Yeah, I think we definitely. And I'll let you to. The Iron Chef side, we're going to have the GA or GA thing. Really not tricky. Here, have to add the search with. Don't know how it'll rate. To the challenge side, do a kombu cure. This is a very Japanese move. They're doing sashimi thin cuts of the sturgeon and laying it directly onto the kombu, which does a timed cure. And then on this to see where it goes. And being used, we got the middle final for them out of that dish. Then giving us a bunch of flavor. Not sure what they're doing with that broth. But see, Chef, Chef, how are those going to be used for the shabu? Shabu, I bet that's going to go with the rice out of the nabe. So shabu, a fan of Japanese cuisine, sapa, is where it was invented. And shabu is an onomatopoeia. Swish. So in Japan, when you swish something, it goes chop.
That's gonna have some depth of flavor, but I still can't figure out what that's going to do. Like a circuit jerky thing. It's a Filipino dish where you take all the meat off a pig head and you chop it up and you fry chicken livers and onions. You chop it all and cook it. Milder than a spider. Bubbles. All the now. Water knife. It's great. That'll be about 15 minutes. Someone ready to play? Sounds like. That's what there. I was working with reviews, cooking out that rice line. Go forward. Right there. Oh God. It's simmered in the how are you going? But we're gonna get it going. Chili oil coat. Okay, now I've got pretty sure they're gonna put that chili oil coat in that hot sauce. That's also going to have the edible, which will bring a time. Later, it's like chewy almost calamari like that for delicious. Delicious. Smells like victory. Look at this. Out now, the Iron Chef now adding cold butter to the seed mixture. Smart technique. That adds a smooth, glossy fish. Stop again. Stop. On with this rice for another walking. Jeff. Make sure the fish is nice and
Why play K'Sante top? Well, he is amazingly tanky, his lockdown is incredibly disruptive, he is a brilliant duelist, and he can change forms to deal insane damage. However, his early game is not the strongest, and he has a very high skill ceiling to get the maximum value out of him. K'Sante's passive is his abilities mark enemies hit. His basic attacks detonate these marks to deal additional damage. When in all-out form, this additional damage scales with his bonus armor and magic resist. K'Sante's Q is a short-range, straight-line skill shot which deals damage to and slows enemies hit. If this hits at least one enemy, K'Sante generates a stack, and when he has 2 stacks, it empowers his third Q. This changes the Q to fire a shockwave which deals damage to and pulls enemies towards him, stunning them. This ability is also an auto-attack reset, and when in all-out form, the cooldown of this ability is reduced. K'Sante's W causes him to start charging, where he becomes immune to CC and gets damage reduction. Upon use, K'Sante dashes in a direction, dealing damage to enemies hit, carrying them with him and stunning them. The range of the dash and stun duration are increased the longer the ability was channeled. When in all-out form, it no longer knocks back and stuns, but does increase damage. K'Sante's E causes him to dash in a direction, although not through terrain, and grants himself a shield. When cast on an ally, he can dash further and also shields that.
Not that you should be doing that. Oh. Hey, wait, are they gonna arrest me? What happens? Oh, they're getting out! Oh, they have guns! What the? Whoa, 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 whoa. They're actually shooting me. They're actually shooting my car. Wait, can I drive the cop car?
Why play Senna bot? Well, she is an infinitely scaling carry. She brings great sustain, her range is ridiculously long, and her global ultimate is game-changing. However, she does lack mobility before her items, and she is skill-shot reliant for a lot of her kit. Senna's first passive is all of her basic attacks are not projectiles. However, when she buys attack speed, she gains reduced effects. Her second passive are her infinitely scaling souls, which she can get in multiple ways. Attacking or landing an ability on an enemy champion will apply a stack. If she does this again within 4 seconds, she deals bonus damage and gains a permanent soul. Also, enemies that die nearby have a chance to drop a soul, and she can attack them or hit them with Q or ult to collect them. For each soul, she gains permanent attack damage, and every 20 souls, she gains bonus attack range and crit strike chance. And her third passive is all of her basic attacks just simply deal bonus damage and grant her bonus move speed. Senna's Q is a point-and-click ability which can be used on an enemy, ally, or anything else. And then when used, it shoots out a long-range rectangular skill shot which deals damage to enemies hit and slows them, while also healing herself and all allied champions. The cooldown of this ability is reduced every time she attacks. Senna's W is a straight line skill shot which deals damage to the first enemy hit and attaches to them. After a second, or if the target dies, then them and all enemies around them get rooted. Senna's E creates a circle around her where she camouflages herself and all allied champions within. All allies within become camouflaged and gain bonus move speed. Senna's ultimate is a massive global straight line skill shot. It deals damage to all enemies hit by the center, and in a much larger area grants a shield to Senna and all her allies. For combos, start with E if needed into an attack, Q, W, and ult before attacking away more. And if you start with W, attack into Q and ult before attacking away. For matchups, Senna is great into less aggressive laners where she can simply farm her passive, and she can struggle into harder lane bullies who won't let her scale. For runes, take this. Fleet for movement speed, damage, and healing is just amazing synergy. For build order, start Blade and Pot into a Ghost Blade and Tier 2 boots. From here, grab an RFC and an Infedge before finishing a build with any of these. For skill order, start Q then W then E before maxing Q then W then E, taking ult whenever you can. For summoner spells, take Flash and Barrier. For synergy, she works well with champions who bring her even more peel. Starting the game, you're looking to scale into a beast of a hyper carry, so focus on farming while poking and harassing your opponent. Your attack range being 600 is great as it means you just simply outrange almost everyone. So if you can ever attack the same target twice or simply attack and Q them, not only is it Why play Neeko support? Well, she brings great burst damage, her poke is incredibly strong, she has multiple AoE lockdowns, and she can easily gank lanes disguised as minions. However, she is squishy, especially if CC'd, and she is very reliant on landing skill shots. Neeko's passive is she has a small menu which allows her to disguise as an allied champion. She pretends to have their current health and also copies their basic attacks. In addition, if she stands near a monster, minion, trap, ward, pet, or jungle plant, she creates a copy of it for herself, and she can then use that copy to change into that bad thing. Nico's Q throws out a circle onto the floor, which deals damage to enemies hit. If this hits an enemy champion, large monster, or kills the thing, it explodes again, and this can happen up to twice. Nico's W has a passive where every third attack deals bonus damage, is a non-projectile, and grants her bonus move speed. The active creates a clone of herself in her current form and makes both her and the clone invisible. Both also gain a burst of movement speed, and the clone lasts for 3 seconds. However, if you back or do any other sort of animation, the clone will stick around to complete it. Nico's E is a straight line skill shot which deals damage to all enemies hit and roots them, and if it hits an enemy, it grows in size, increasing its speed and root duration. Nico's ultimate creates a large circle around herself, and if she's disguised, the enemies won't see it for the first half a second. After a short delay, she then knocks up all enemies within, slamming them down, dealing damage to them, and stunning them. For combos, your basic go-to is to W into E and Q before attacking away, and your all-in is to start disguised into W and ult. Follow up with E into Q before attacking away. For matchups, she does very well into
What's that? You got it.
Gonna have a hot pot, Charlie Salvo if you will. So sturgeon loin, and we get served with a sturgeon broth made from the snail as well as fish. Finishing it with a sturgeon donabe rice. Oh.
With don't even put everything a little bit better after what the hospital. Oh.
A dream come true.
Little deer.
I'm trying to
Sure.
I'm getting go.
Here. Here. Here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ending with regret and honored to your top line. It was a real discouraging. Definitely have just something. Tell us just a little bit about your general approach to the challenge. And what did it take you around the world? First step, right for just here. So you have a big sauce, a little bit of salad, lopsided food sauce smoke. Mix it all together.
It's overdone.
I was charmed by the cheese. Oh, if you were from New York, it takes so well to sturgeon. A very successful dish.
it and I thought it was interesting with the flavor, the coconut milk gave it this little sweetness and richness to it. I'm very excited where the next stop gonna be. Chef, thank you very much. Beautiful. Thank you.
Assad, maybe no breath.
Oh, we're going east. Pizza. This is the version of Wonderful Deviate, which is tofu stew. The version was marinated with in the kimchi form fruits on freshly made tofu. And you have completely replaced that for a hot steamed custard with no milk. This, why your iron step inside. It alone, I'm blown away. Micro. It would be a few when for on island. I wanna be in there. The color is beautiful. Here. Over here. Here. Here.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Over here. Come over here.
Minions has
Come
spawned.
over here.
But easy. I need to make
I catch dreams so the humans can chase them.
the CC.
First blood.
And with that vinegar. So good. Just the really way with that tender tongue.
Do you hear me? Not you. A dream.
Here, you go. You can over here. Here.
What lies beneath the surface? We lie it down to see.
Candy.
Has been slain.
But you know how it's over there here.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay, come on. Then my pizza.
Here.
Was that me?
Thank you very much.
Don't know that's on me.
No one saw that. No one saw that.
Nigga stealing recipes, nigga. Yeah, I mean, only to just let me eat there for free for everybody needs to eat there for free. I give him up all you eat, I time all you eat.
Forest. Until I learn how to use those.
I time all you eat. Little dear, little dear. Hey, come to my door.
Hold my branch with me, dream.
Door, stop. Come on, dear.
Killing spree.
Come here. I'm a little dear. I'm sleeping.
Killing spree.
Have it. Five. First was clear for the judges with just 1 point separating them.
Rampage.
Kills. That's down his chest.
An enemy has been slain.
So, I'll check a bar indeed out of
An ally has been
a
slain.
real face all by on his chest. In a final showdown.
Oh, too much pressure.
That was just words. Little dear. Well, no fire! Got me with the hellfire strike!
Now I just have to wait for my confidence to regrow.
One was it?
Unstoppable.
Unstoppable! Very careful!
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
Back it.
The humans forget so much when they awake.
Rampage. An enemy has been slain. Dominating.
It's like you, it's definitely.
Killing spree. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Successful challenger.
Dreams help more than
Emerson.
mountains grow.
Legendary.
Eight.
Shut down.
Oh no, it's nightmare.
Eight kills. And shut.
You have to close your eyes to open them. Oops!
Unstoppable.
You win.
Are you alright?
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Mr. Root, you almost tripped me.
Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I'll just look around for this.
Has been slain. Godlike. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Has destroyed a turret.
Every time I hold my branch, I see the tree with my fingers.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Daydreams, night dreams, morning dreams.
Killing spree. Shut down. Legendary. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Close your eyes, sword.
Legendary.
Shush! As the dreams turn to sleep.
Rampage. Legendary. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
You open them.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Stop sweating!
Battle is on.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree. Double kill.
I just had strangest reality.
An enemy has been slain. Unstoppable.
Well met, human.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Dominating. Your team has destroyed a turret. Godlike. Unstoppable. Your team has destroyed a turret. Double kill.
I'm just...
A summoner has disconnected.
The balloon stiff, that is why I did the railways. If I'm wrong, if it's not locked or on it, it's not good. That's okay.